Hi there. Before we begin, find a position that feels perfectly comfortable. Let your shoulders drop. Tonight's story takes us to the warm, quiet countryside of Texas, where time moves a little slower. It's a place of fireflies, warm winds, and gentle magic. Let go of the day and let the story carry you to sleep. The weight of the sun. The heat in Texas possessed a personality of its own. It was not merely a weather condition. It was a living, breathing presence that settled over the land of Oakhaven long before the calendar declared it to be summer. It was a heavy, golden hand pressing down on the roofs of the barns, leaning against the wooden fences, and silencing the birds in the midday hours. For the Miller family, the heat was the third person at the dinner table. It was the constant topic of conversation, spoken of in hushed, reverent tones, as if speaking too loudly might provoke the sun to burn even brighter. Lily Miller, 15 years old and with a spirit as quiet as the dawn, knew the rhythm of the heat better than she knew the lyrics to any song on the radio. Her world was defined by it. The farmhouse stood as an island in a sea of dry, whispering grass. It was a white wooden structure, peeling slightly at the edges, surrounded by a wide porch that offered the only sanctuary from the glare. At 2 in the afternoon, the world outside seemed to pause. The air shimmered above the gravel driveway, distorting the view of the mailbox at the end of the road, making it dance like a ghost in the haze. Lily sat on the porch swing, her bare feet tucking underneath her cotton dress. The swing moved with a rhythmic creak-a-say-chay-chay, creak-a-say-chay-chay, a sound that was the heartbeat of the house. Beside her lay Daisy, the golden retriever. Daisy was sprawled flat on her side, panting shallowly, her tongue lolling out in a pink ribbon. The dog didn't even twitch an ear when a fly buzzed past. It was simply too hot to move. Lily held a book in her lap, but she wasn't reading. The words swam on the page. Instead, she was watching the dust motes float in the shafts of sunlight that pierced through the slats of the porch roof. They moved slowly, swirling in currents of air that she couldn't feel. Everything was slow. That was the rule of the farm. To move fast was to waste energy. To move fast was to invite the sweat to trickle down your back. So Lily learned to move like water in a stagnant pond. Drift, don't rush. She looked out toward the fields. Her father, Thomas, was out there somewhere. Even in this oppressive temperature, he was working. He was always working. The drought had been merciless this year. It had started in April, a dry spell that everyone thought would break with the May storms. But the storms never came. The clouds would gather on the horizon, dark and promising, bruising the sky with purple and gray, only to dissipate before they reached the Miller land, leaving behind nothing but a humid heaviness that made it hard to breathe. Now, in July, the earth was pleading. The dirt, usually a rich chocolate brown, had turned into a pale, dusty beige. Cracks ran through the soil like veins, jagged and deep, as if the ground were opening its mouth to beg for a drink. Lily stood up from the swing, the chains groaning softly. She walked to the edge of the porch and leaned against the railing. The wood was warm under her hands. She could smell the scent of baking pine needles and dry sagebrush. It was a clean, sharp smell, the smell of a thirsty world. She walked down the steps, her sandals crunching softly on the gravel. She headed toward the barn. The barn was a cavern of shadows, smelling of sweet hay, old leather, and horse. It was cooler inside, perhaps by 5 degrees, but the air was still and thick. Barnaby, the old plow horse, was standing in his stall, his head hanging low. He was a massive creature, a draft horse with feet the size of dinner plates, but age had hollowed out his back and clouded his left eye. He chewed slowly on a mouthful of dry hay, the sound rhythmic and grinding. "Hey, old man," Lily whispered, her voice soft so as not to disturb the silence. She reached out and stroked his velvet nose. It was soft and dusty. Barnaby blew a warm breath against her palm, a greeting he reserved only for her. He shifted his weight, his hooves thudding dully against the straw-covered floor. Lily picked up a brush from the shelf. Grooming Barnaby was one of her daily rituals. It wasn't work, it was a meditation. She moved the brush in long, sweeping strokes along his neck and shoulder. Swish, swish, swish. The sound was hypnotic. Dust rose from his coat, dancing in the light that filtered through the cracks in the barn walls. She worked her way down his back, focusing entirely on the sensation of the bristles against his coat. She imagined she was brushing away the heat, brushing away the age. Barnaby leaned into her touch, his eyelids drooping. "It's going to be okay," she murmured to him, though she wasn't sure if she believed it. "Dad says rain is coming. The almanac says so." Barnaby let out a low nicker, a vibration that traveled through the brush and into Lily's hand. He didn't care about the almanac. He only cared about the girl and the brush and the bucket of tepid water in the corner. After 30 minutes of slow, methodical brushing, Lily left the barn. The transition back into the sunlight was blinding. She shielded her eyes with her hand and looked toward the tractor shed. Her father was there, tinkering with the engine of their old red tractor. He was a silhouette against the bright metal of the shed. Lily walked over to him. Thomas Miller was a man carved from the land itself. His skin was tanned to the color of polished leather, deeply lined around the eyes from years of squinting at the sun. He wore a faded blue cap and a shirt stained with grease and sweat. He was wiping his hands on a rag as Lily approached. He looked tired. It wasn't just physical exhaustion. It was a deep, spiritual weariness that came from watching things die slowly. "Hey, Lilybug," he said, his voice raspy. He reached for his water jug and took a long swig. "Hey, Dad, did you fix it?" Thomas sighed, looking at the engine. "She's stubborn, just like the weather, overheated again. Everything is overheating today." He sat down on an overturned crate, resting his elbows on his knees. Lily sat on the ground beside him, drawing shapes in the dust with a stick. "The corn looks bad," Thomas said, almost to himself. "I walked the north rows. The leaves are curling up tight. They're trying to hold onto moisture they don't have." Lily looked at the field adjacent to the shed. The stalks, usually waist-high and vibrant green by this time of year, were stunted and yellow. They rustled dryly in the faint breeze, a sound like paper crumpling. "Maybe we could run the irrigation from the creek," Lily suggested, though she knew the answer. "Creek's down to a trickle," Thomas shook his head. "If I pump from it now, I'll dry it out completely. Then the deer and the coyotes won't have anything to drink. I can't do that to them." This was the core of who Thomas was. Even facing ruin, he worried about the coyotes. We have the well, Lily said. The well is for the house and the livestock, Thomas replied firmly. If we use it for the crops, we risk running it dry. Then we have no water for us. No water for Barnaby, no water for the dogs. He looked at her, his eyes softening. Crops can be replanted, Lily. But once a well runs dry, it takes a long time to come back. We have to be smart. They sat in silence for a long time. The only sound was the clink-clink of the cooling tractor engine, and the distant cry of a hawk circling high above in the thermal currents. Lily felt a strange tightness in her chest. It was a feeling of helplessness. She loved this land. She loved the way the dirt felt between her toes. She loved the smell of the tomato vines her mother tried to coax into life in the kitchen garden. She hated seeing it in pain. I wish I could help, she whispered. Thomas reached out and ruffled her hair, his hand heavy and warm. You help by being here. You help by taking care of the animals. Barnaby looks better than he has in years, thanks to you. He stood up, groaning slightly as his knees cracked. I'm going to check the south fence. I think a boar might have dug under it last night. You go inside, help your mom with dinner. It's too hot for you out here. Lily watched him walk away, his boots kicking up small puffs of dust. She wanted to follow him, to carry his tools, to do something. But she knew he needed the solitude. He did his best thinking when he was walking the perimeter of his kingdom, however dry it might be. She turned back toward the house. The afternoon was bleeding into evening, the light turning from harsh white to a softer golden amber. This was the golden hour, the time of day when the Texas landscape looked most beautiful, despite the drought. The dry grass glowed like spun gold. The dust in the air caught the light, creating a hazy, dreamlike filter over the world. She walked past the kitchen garden. Her mother, Sarah, was there. Sarah was a woman who refused to give up. She was on her knees, wearing a wide-brimmed straw hat, carefully pouring water from a watering can onto the base of a pepper plant. Sarah rationed the water like it was liquid diamonds. She used the water from washing dishes, the water from rinsing vegetables. Nothing was wasted. How are they doing? Lily asked, leaning on the picket fence. Sarah looked up, wiping a strand of hair from her forehead with the back of her wrist. She smiled, but her eyes were worried. They're fighting, Lily. They're fighters, but this pepper plant, see how the leaves are drooping? It's tired. It wants to sleep, but the heat won't let it. Lily looked closely at the plant. It did look exhausted. The green was dull, grayish. Can I try? Lily asked. Sure, honey. Here. Sarah handed her the watering can. It was heavy, half full of gray water from the sink. Lily took the can. She tipped it carefully, letting a thin stream of water fall exactly at the base of the stem, where it would reach the roots quickest. She watched the water disappear instantly into the thirsty earth. It didn't pool, it vanished, sucked down greedily. As she poured, Lily stared at the plant. She felt a sudden, intense wave of pity for it. It was such a small thing, trying so hard to make a pepper, trying so hard to fulfill its purpose in a hostile world. Drink, she thought, staring at the stem. Please just drink and be okay. For a fleeting second, a microsecond, really, Lily felt a strange sensation in her fingertips. A tiny tingle, like static electricity from a wool blanket. She almost dropped the watering can. "You okay?" Sarah asked. Lily blinked, the sensation gone. "Yeah, just. Heat stroke maybe. My hand twitched." "Go inside," Sarah instructed gently. "Drink a glass of water. I'll finish up here." Lily nodded and walked into the house. The screen door slammed shut behind her with a familiar thwack. The kitchen was dim and cool. The ceiling fan spun lazily overhead, stirring the air but not cooling it. Lily poured herself a glass of water from the ceramic pitcher on the counter. She drank it in one long gulp, feeling the coolness slide down her throat. She looked at her hand, the hand that had held the watering can. It looked normal. Just a hand, tanned from the sun, with short, clean nails. She flexed her fingers. Nothing happened. No tingle, no static. Just the heat, she told herself. Just the heat playing tricks. She went upstairs to her room. It was a simple room with a window that looked out over the west fields. She lay down on her bed, staring at the ceiling. The sun was setting now. The shadows in the corners of the room were lengthening, stretching out like lazy cats. Outside, the crickets were beginning their evening chorus. It started as a single chirp, then another, then 100, until the air vibrated with the sound. It was a comforting noise, a sound that said the day was over. The scorching sun had lost its battle for another 12 hours. Lily closed her eyes, listening to the farm settle down for the night. She heard the distant bark of Buster chasing a rabbit in his dreams. She heard the low murmur of her parents' voices downstairs. She heard the house cooling down, the wood contracting with small pops and creaks. She didn't know it yet, but this was the last ordinary day of her life. The heat was pressing down, yes, but deep underground, something else was pushing up, something ancient, something waiting for the right moment and the right girl to ask it to rise. But for now, there was only the dusk, the dust, and the slow, rhythmic breathing of a girl falling asleep in the heart of a thirsty land. The whispering dark. Night in Oakhaven did not fall suddenly. It seeped in, like ink spilled into water. The amber light of the golden hour faded into a bruised purple, then a deep, dusty indigo, and finally a black so profound it seemed to have weight. In Lily's room, the air was still thick. The heat of the day had trapped itself in the walls of the farmhouse, radiating inward long after the sun had vanished. Lily lay on top of her quilt, staring at the ceiling fan. Whirr, click, whirr, click. The fan was old, its blades slightly unbalanced. It spun in a hypnotic, uneven rhythm that Lily had known since she was a baby. It pushed the warm air around the room, brushing against her skin like a phantom hand, but it offered little true relief. She turned her head to look at the window. The curtains, thin white muslin, hung perfectly still. There was no breeze tonight. The world outside was holding its breath. Lily closed her eyes, trying to find the path to sleep. She visualized a cool stream, clear water rushing over smooth gray stones. It was a trick her mother had taught her. When the world is too loud or too hot, Sarah would say, build a quiet place in your mind. But tonight, the imaginary stream was dry. Lily felt restless. It wasn't an anxious restlessness. It was a physical pull, a magnetic tug in the center of her chest drawing her toward the window. She sat up, her hair sticking slightly to the back of her neck. The house was silent. The floorboards were cool under her bare feet as she stood up. She moved instinctively, navigating the room in the dark without stumbling. She knew exactly where the dresser was, where the rug ended, and where the hallway began. She opened her bedroom door. The hinges gave a soft, high-pitched whine, but the house didn't wake. Down the hall, she could hear the rhythmic snoring of her father, a deep, rumbly sound like a tractor idling in the distance. It was a comforting sound. It meant safety. Lily crept down the stairs. The wooden steps were worn smooth in the center from decades of feet going up and down. She held the banister, the wood polished and familiar under her palm. The kitchen was bathed in moonlight. It poured through the window above the sink, casting a silver rectangle on the linoleum floor. The kitchen smelled of the dinner they had eaten hours ago, roasted chicken and rosemary, mixed with the scent of lemon soap. Lily went to the back door. She hesitated for a moment, listening. The silence of the house was heavy, but the silence outside was different. It was vast. She unlocked the screen door. It opened with a soft creak, and she stepped out onto the back porch. The night air hit her. It wasn't cool, but it was fresher than the air inside. It smelled of dry earth, curring hay, and the faint, sweet perfume of the datura flowers that only opened at night. They grew wild near the propane tank, their white, trumpet-shaped blooms glowing like spectral lanterns in the dark. Lily sat on the top step of the porch. The wood was rough against her legs. She looked out at the farm. Under the moonlight, the farm looked like a blackened white photograph. The red barn was now a towering shadow of charcoal gray. The tractor shed was a block of obsidian. The fields were seas of silver and black, stretching out to the horizon where the stars began. And the stars. In the city, stars are just pinpricks. In Oakhaven, they were heavy, bright jewels spilled across a velvet cloth. The Milky Way was a visible smear of diamond dust, a celestial road cutting through the sky. Lily tilted her head back, letting her eyes trace the constellations. The vastness of it made her feel small, but safe. A tiny speck in a giant, beautiful machine. Something moved in the yard. Lily froze, then relaxed. It was Buster. The three-legged hound had been sleeping under the porch swing. He limped over to her, his nails clicking softly on the wooden steps. He didn't bark. He just sat down beside her, leaning his heavy, warm body against her side. "Couldn't sleep either, boy," Lily whispered. Buster let out a long sigh through his nose, resting his chin on her knee. Lily scratched him behind the ears, feeling the soft, loose skin. They sat there for a long time, girl and dog, two sentinels watching the night. The sounds of the Texas night began to filter through. The cicadas were the loudest, a constant, rhythmic buzzing that rose and fell in waves. Ree-ree-ree-ree. It was a wall of sound that, if you listened to it long enough, became silence. Beneath the cicadas, there was the occasional chirp of a cricket, the hoot of a great horned owl hunting in the oak trees near the creek, and the distant, lonely wail of a coyote pack calling to the moon. The pull in Lily's chest returned. It was stronger now. It wasn't keeping her on the porch. It was drawing her out into the yard. She gently pushed Buster aside and stood up. "Stay," she whispered. She walked down the steps. The ground was still warm. The dirt was powdery, coating her feet instantly. She walked past the vegetable garden where the tomato plants stood like drooping skeletons in the moonlight. She felt a pang of sadness for them, a sharp little ache in her heart. She continued walking until she reached the edge of the cornfield. This was the crop her father was most worried about. The South 40, he called it. The corn here was supposed to be head-high by now. Instead, it barely reached her waist. The leaves were curled into tight tubes to prevent evaporation. They looked brittle, fragile. Lily stood at the edge of the field. The rows of corn looked like an army of ghosts, standing in formation, waiting for a command that never came. She stepped into the row. The dry leaves brushed against her bare arms, scratching lightly. Swish, swish. She stopped in the middle of the row. It was darker here, hidden by the stalks. She felt wrapped in the scent of dry vegetation and dust. Slowly, Lily sank to her knees. The earth was hard as rock. She placed her palms flat on the ground. It was still radiating the day's heat, like a stone taken out of a fire. She didn't know why she was here. She wasn't praying exactly. She wasn't thinking in words. She was thinking in feelings. She thought of her father's tired eyes. She thought of the empty water trough in the pasture. She thought of the way the earth used to smell after a thunderstorm, that rich, metallic scent of ozone and wet soil. Thirsty, she thought. You're so thirsty. She closed her eyes and visualized the roots of the corn stalk in front of her. She imagined them deep in the dark earth, blindly searching, grasping for moisture that wasn't there. A strange stillness settled over her. The sound of the cicadas seemed to fade away, pushed into the background. All she could hear was her own heartbeat. Thump, 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 thump. And then she felt it. It wasn't a sound. It was a vibration. A tiny, almost imperceptible hum against her palms. It felt like the earth was sighing. Lily frowned, keeping her eyes closed. She focused on that hum. She imagined a drop of water, just one. A single, perfect sphere of clear, cool water. She imagined it forming at the tip of a root. A tingling sensation started in her solar plexus. It was warm, golden, like swallowing a spoonful of hot honey. It traveled up her chest, down her shoulders, into her arms. It wasn't scary. It felt familiar, like remembering a word she had forgotten. The warmth flowed into her hands and into the ground. Rustle. The sound was sharp in the silence. Lily's eyes snapped open. In front of her, the corn stalk she was kneeling before moved. There was no wind. The air was dead still, but the stalk moved. Lily held her breath. She watched, eyes wide in the gloom. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, one of the curled-up leaves began to unfurl. It was a jerky movement, like a butterfly stretching its wings for the first time. The leaf untwisted. The brittle, dry sound of the fibers stretching was loud in the quiet night. The leaf smoothed out. In the moonlight, it looked different. The other leaves were pale yellow-gray. This leaf was dark. It looked glossy. Lily reached out a trembling finger and touched the leaf. It was cool, it was firm, and it was damp. She pulled her finger back as if she had been burned. She looked at her fingertip. There was a tiny smudge of moisture on it. "Dew," she whispered to herself. Her voice sounded loud and shaky. "It's just dew." But looking around, she saw the other stalks were bone dry. There was no dew tonight. The humidity was too low. She looked back at the single, open leaf. It stood out like a flag. The stalk itself seemed to stand a little straighter, as if it had taken a deep breath. Lily's heart was racing now, beating against her ribs like a trapped bird. She scrambled to her feet, dusting off her knees. The feeling in her hands, the warm, golden tingle, was fading, leaving behind a sensation of pleasant numbness. She backed away from the stalk. It was just a fluke, a coincidence. Nature doing something weird. That happened sometimes. She turned and walked back toward the house, walking faster now. She didn't run, but she moved with purpose. She needed the safety of her room. She needed the familiar creak of the floorboards. She passed Buster on the porch. The dog lifted his head and sniffed the air as she passed. He sneezed, then thumped his tail once. He smelled it too, the faint, impossible scent of fresh growth. Lily went inside, locking the screen door behind her. She climbed the stairs, the darkness of the house feeling a little less empty now. Back in her room, she lay down on her bed. Her heart was slowing down. The adrenaline was fading, replaced by a sudden, overwhelming exhaustion. It was a heavy, deep tiredness, the kind that comes after a long day of physical labor. She pulled the quilt up to her chin, even though it was warm. She stared at the window. Out there, in the dark, one single leaf was open to the stars. Lily closed her eyes. The image of the green leaf floated in her mind. And as she drifted off, the imaginary stream in her head wasn't dry anymore. A tiny trickle of water was beginning to flow over the gray stones. Drip, drip, drip. The rhythm of the water matched the rhythm of the fan. And finally, enveloped in the heat and the mystery of the night, Lily fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. The Green Sentinel. Morning arrived not with a shout, but with a whisper. The sun, having rested behind the horizon, began to paint the sky in gradients of soft apricot and pale lavender. The harsh white heat of yesterday was gone, replaced by the deceptive, gentle coolness of dawn. It was the only hour of the day when Oakhaven felt forgiving. In her room, Lily woke slowly. Usually she was a light sleeper, waking at the first crow of the rooster or the smell of brewing coffee. But today, she felt heavy. It was a strange sensation, as if her limbs were made of lead or as if she had spent the entire night swimming in the creek against the current. She blinked, her eyelashes fluttering against the pillowcase. The light filtering through the muslin curtains was soft, casting long, slanted shadows across the wooden floor. She stretched, and her muscles protested with a dull ache. It wasn't painful, exactly. It was the deep, satisfying ache of muscles that had been used for hard labor. But she hadn't done hard labor. She had just sat in the cornfield. Lily sat up, rubbing her eyes. The memory of the night before came rushing back. The heat, the moonlight, the hum in her hands, the unfurling leaf. She looked at her hands. They looked the same as always, slender fingers, nails kept short for farm work, a small white scar on her left thumb from a whittling knife years ago. They didn't look like magic hands. They looked like Lily hands. It was a dream, she decided. It had to be. The heat made people hallucinate sometimes. She had probably fallen asleep in the dirt and dreamt the leaf opening. From downstairs, the familiar sounds of the morning routine drifted up. The clink of a spoon against a ceramic mug. The hiss of bacon hitting a hot cast iron skillet. The low murmur of the radio giving the weather report. Always hot, always dry. Lily dressed quickly in her usual denim shorts and a soft, worn-out t-shirt. She splashed water on her face from the basin, the cool liquid waking her up fully. She brushed her hair, tying it back into a ponytail to keep it off her neck. When she walked into the kitchen, the scene was a picture of domestic normalcy. Sarah was at the stove flipping pancakes. Thomas was sitting at the round oak table, reading the local newspaper, his glasses perched on the end of his nose. "Morning, sleepyhead," Sarah said, smiling over her shoulder. "You slept late. It's almost 7. "Morning," Lily mumbled, sliding into her chair. "I feel tired today." "It's the heat," Thomas said without looking up from the paper. "Saps the energy right out of you, even when you're sleeping." Sarah placed a plate of pancakes and bacon in front of Lily. Usually, Lily had a modest appetite in the mornings. But today, the smell of the food made her stomach roar. She felt ravenous. It was a deep, hollow hunger she had never felt before. She ate quickly, devouring the pancakes, pouring extra syrup, eating 3 strips of bacon. Her parents exchanged a glance but didn't say anything. A growing girl needed to eat, especially on a farm. Just as Lily was wiping the last of the syrup from her plate with a piece of toast, Thomas stood up. He finished his coffee in one gulp and put his cap on. "Well," he said, adjusting the brim. "Time to face the music. I'm going to check the South 40, see if the heat killed any more of them overnight." Lily froze, her fork halfway to her mouth. The South 40. That was where she had been. "I'll come with you," she blurted out. Thomas looked surprised. "You don't have to, Lily. It's going to be depressing out there." "I want to walk," she said, standing up. "I need to wake up." They walked out of the house together. The air was already warming up, the dew on the grass evaporating into a thin, low mist. Buster joined them, trotting alongside Thomas, his tail wagging lazily. The walk to the cornfield was silent. The gravel crunched rhythmically under their boots. Crunch, crunch, crunch. As they approached the field, the sea of yellow-brown stalks came into view. It was a sad sight. The corn looked defeated, heads bowed, leaves twisted tight. Thomas stopped at the edge of the field, hands on his hips, shaking his head. "Look at them," he sighed. "Another week of this and we'll have to plow it under. There won't be anything to harvest." Lily's heart was pounding. She scanned the rows. Had she dreamt it, or was it real? She stepped into the field, leading the way. Thomas followed, confused. "Lily, where are you going?" She didn't answer. She counted the rows. 1, 2, 3. She turned down the 4th row. She walked 10 paces, then 20. And then she stopped. There it was. In a world of beige and brown, it was a shock of color. A single stalk of corn, standing slightly taller than the rest. And on its side, one large, glossy, emerald green leaf was fully unfurled, stretching out like a hand offering a gift. It looked impossible. It looked like someone had painted it there. Lily heard her father's footsteps stop behind her. For a long moment, there was no sound except the wind and the distant caw of a crow. "What in the world?" Thomas whispered. He stepped past Lily, moving toward the stalk with cautious fascination. He knelt down, just as Lily had the night before. He touched the leaf. He rubbed it between his rough thumb and forefinger. "It's alive," he said, his voice full of disbelief. "It's full of water. Look at the turgor pressure. This leaf is healthy." He looked around at the other stalks. They were dry, dusty, dying. But this one, right in the middle of the dead zone, was thriving. "How?" Thomas muttered. He looked down at the ground. "Is there a spring here, a broken pipe?" He began to dig at the base of the stalk with his hands, scooping away the dry dirt. He dug down a few inches, feeling for moisture. "Dry as a bone," he said, frowning. "The soil is dry, so where is it getting the water?" Lily stood behind him, clasping her hands together. She felt that tingle again, just a faint echo of it in her palms. She wanted to tell him, "I did it, Dad. I asked it to grow." But the words stuck in her throat. It sounded crazy. It sounded like a lie. Thomas stood up, wiping the dirt from his hands onto his jeans. He stared at the green stalk, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. He was a man of science, a man who understood botany and irrigation. He was looking for the variable, the cause. "Genetic mutation," he mused. "Maybe this seed was different. Maybe it has a deeper taproot that found a pocket of clay with some moisture left in it." He looked at Lily, a small, puzzled smile on his face. "Nature is a strange thing, Lilybug. Just when you think you understand it, it throws you a curveball. Look at that. One survivor." "It's beautiful," Lily said softly. "It is," Thomas agreed. He reached out and gently touched the green leaf again, almost affectionately. "Well, little fella, if you want to live that badly, I won't stop you." He turned to Lily. "Let's go. I need to check the irrigation pump. Maybe there's a leak somewhere that traveled underground. That's the only explanation." They began to walk back. Thomas was walking with a slightly lighter step now. The mystery had distracted him from the gloom of the drought. He was already formulating theories, planning to bring a shovel later to investigate the soil profile. But Lily looked back over her shoulder. The green leaf seemed to wave at her, a vibrant flag in the desolate field. She felt a connection to it. It wasn't just a plant anymore. It was a part of her. She could feel it. She could feel the sunlight hitting its chlorophyll. She could feel the tiny flow of sap inside its veins. And as she walked away, a new thought blossomed in her mind, quiet and terrifying and wonderful. "If I can do one, can I do two?" The thought made her stomach rumble again. The hunger was back. Back at the house, Sarah was shelling peas on the porch. "What did you find?" she asked, seeing Thomas's thoughtful face. "A mystery," Thomas said, sitting down to unlace his boots. "One green stalk, perfect condition. Everything else is dead." "Just one?" Sarah asked. "Just one." Lily walked past them, going into the kitchen. She poured herself another glass of milk. She drank it standing at the counter, staring at her hands. She needed to know. She couldn't wait for nightfall. She needed to test it again. But she had to be careful. She had to be invisible. She looked out the window at the kitchen garden. The herbs on the windowsill, basil, mint, rosemary, were looking a bit sad in the heat. Lily reached out. Her hand hovered over the pot of basil. She checked the doorway. Her parents were still talking on the porch. She closed her eyes. She summoned that feeling again, the warmth, the golden honey. It came easier this time. It flowed from her chest to her arm. Hello, she thought to the basil. Wake up. She didn't touch it. She just held her hand an inch above the leaves. The air between her hand and the plant seemed to shimmer. A scent of fresh, spicy basil suddenly filled the kitchen, strong and pungent, as if someone had just crushed a leaf. The drooping leaves lifted. They turned a darker, richer green. The stems stiffened. Lily pulled her hand back, gasping softly. It worked. She grabbed the glass of milk and drank the rest, her hands shaking. She wasn't just a girl anymore. She was something else, something the farm needed. But for now, she was just a girl who was incredibly, unexplainably hungry. She grabbed an apple from the bowl and took a bite, the crisp sweetness exploding in her mouth. She leaned against the counter, listening to the drone of the cicadas outside, and smiled. The secret was hers, and tonight the garden would have a visitor. The Midnight Garden. The day dragged on with the slow, sticky persistence of molasses. Lily moved through her chores in a daze of anticipation. She fed the chickens, scattering the grain with a hand that now felt vibrating with potential. She helped her mother snap beans on the back porch, her eyes constantly drifting to the wilting vegetable garden nearby. When night finally fell, it brought a relief that felt physical. The sun dipped below the horizon, taking its angry heat with it, leaving behind a twilight that smelled of cooling stone and dry pine needles. Lily waited. She lay in her bed, fully dressed, listening to the house settle. She heard the television downstairs click off. She heard the murmur of her parents saying goodnight. She heard the heavy, rhythmic footsteps of her father climbing the stairs, then the softer steps of her mother. Click, the hallway light went out. Lily counted to 1,000. It was a game she played to force patience upon herself. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. By the time she reached 500, the house was silent, save for the rhythmic snoring that rumbled from the master bedroom. She sat up. Tonight she had a plan. She grabbed her small canvas bag from the hook on the door. Inside, she placed 2 apples she had saved from lunch and a mason jar filled with water. She knew now that the magic had a cost. It took something from her, a caloric burn that left her hollow and shaking. If she was going to help the garden, she needed fuel. She slipped out of the window this time, climbing down the trellis that was thick with woody, thornless vines. It was a route she hadn't used since she was 12, but her feet remembered the holds. She landed softly on the grass, a shadow detaching itself from the house. The vegetable garden was her destination. It was Sarah's pride and joy, a fenced-in square of earth where, in better years, cucumbers, peppers, tomatoes, and squash fought for space in a riot of green. Now it looked like a battlefield. The tomato cages held up brown, spindly vines. The squash leaves were huge, floppy saucers lying flat against the dust. Lily opened the gate. It squeaked eek, a sound that seemed deafening in the silence. She froze, heart hammering, but nothing moved, just the wind and the trees. She walked to the center of the garden and sat down in the dirt between the rows of peppers. The soil was still warm, retaining the sun's memory. She took a bite of an apple, savoring the crunch and the juice. Fuel, she thought. Energy in, energy out. She finished the apple quickly, tossing the core over the fence for the raccoons. Then, she turned her attention to the pepper plant in front of her. It was a bell pepper, or it tried to be. It had one tiny, shriveled fruit hanging from a drooping branch. Lily rubbed her hands together. They felt warm, tingling slightly even before she started. "Okay," she whispered to the plant. "Let's try this properly." She placed her hands on either side of the stem, not touching it, just hovering. She closed her eyes. She didn't just visualize water this time. She visualized life. She imagined the cells of the plant, microscopic green bricks filling up with fluid. She imagined the walls of those cells becoming strong and firm. She thought of the color green, not the pale, sickly green of drought, but the deep, dark forest green of a healthy plant. As she pushed, it was a strange sensation, like pushing a heavy door open underwater. There was resistance at first. The plant was dormant, asleep in its misery. But then the door gave way. Whoosh. A rush of energy left her solar plexus. It traveled down her arms like liquid fire. It was intense, almost startling. Lily gasped, her eyes snapping open. The pepper plant was moving. It wasn't a subtle movement like the corn. This was faster. The leaves lifted up as if pulled by invisible strings. The stem thickened visibly, turning a vibrant, shiny green. The tiny, shriveled pepper swelled. It puffed up, growing smooth and taut until it was a perfect, glossy green bell. Then a flower bud appeared. Right before Lily's eyes, a small white star bloomed on the branch. The scent hit her instantly. The sharp, spicy smell of fresh green pepper, and the sweet, powdery smell of the flower. Lily pulled her hands back, breathing hard. Her arms felt heavy, like she had been lifting weights. Her stomach gave a sharp cramp of hunger. She grabbed the second apple and took a huge bite, chewing frantically. The sugar hit her blood, and the trembling in her hands subsided. "One down," she whispered, wiping juice from her chin. 50 to go." She couldn't do 50. Not tonight, she knew that. But she could do a few more. She moved to the tomatoes. She chose a plant that looked particularly sad, its leaves yellow and spotted. She repeated the process. Hands hover. Close eyes. Visualize green. Push. Whoosh. The energy flowed. The plant responded. Leaves turned green. The yellow spots faded. The vines reached out, wrapping their tendrils around the wire cage with a soft, scratching sound. Lily worked for an hour. She healed 3 tomato plants, 2 peppers, and a row of radishes. By the time she finished the radishes, she was exhausted. She was sweating, her hair sticking to her forehead, even though the night was mild. She had drunk all the water in her jar. She sat back on her heels, surveying her work. In the middle of the dying garden, there was now an oasis. A small patch of vibrant, impossible life. The moon reflected off the shiny skins of the peppers and tomatoes. It was beautiful. It looked like a miracle. Meow. Lily jumped, spinning around. Sitting on top of a fence post, watching her with unblinking yellow eyes was Barnaby. Not the horse, the cat. He was a black tomcat with a torn ear and a reputation for being grumpy. He usually hissed at everyone except Sarah. Barnaby wasn't hissing. He was staring at the plants. Then he looked at Lily. He hopped down from the fence, landing silently in the dirt. He walked over to the newly healed tomato plant. He sniffed the leaves. He rubbed his cheek against the sturdy stem, purring loudly. Purr rumble purr. Then he walked over to Lily. He bumped his head against her knee. Lily reached out and stroked his head. "You see it too, don't you?" she whispered. Barnaby purred louder, kneading the dirt with his paws. He could sense the energy. To him, the garden probably smelled like a thunderstorm and catnip combined. "It's our secret," Lily told him. "Don't tell the mice." She sat there for a few more minutes, regaining her strength. The garden felt different now. It wasn't just a collection of plants, it felt awake. The air around the healed plants was cooler, moister. Lily stood up, her legs wobbly. She gathered her empty jar and her bag. She looked back at the green patch one last time. Tomorrow, her mother would see this. Lily wondered what she would say. Would she think it was a localized rain shower? A blessing? Lily smiled tiredly. Whatever she thought, it would make her happy, and that was enough. She sneaked back into the house, climbing up the trellis with more difficulty this time, her muscles protesting. She tumbled into her room and collapsed onto the bed, not even bothering to take off her shoes. Sleep came instantly. It wasn't the fitful sleep of the heat wave. It was a deep, black ocean of sleep. And in her dreams, she wasn't a girl. She was a root deep underground, drinking from a hidden river, connecting the whole world with a web of green light. Outside in the garden, Barnaby the cat curled up under the magical tomato plant and fell asleep, guarding the miracle. The morning miracle. The sun rose with its usual fierce determination, burning off the thin mist that clung to the hollows of the land. But inside the Miller farmhouse, the morning felt different. There was an electricity in the air, a vibration of excitement that hadn't been felt in months. Lily was jolted awake not by her alarm, but by a sound she rarely heard. Her mother laughing. It wasn't a polite chuckle. It was a loud, incredulous laugh that sounded halfway between a sob and a shout of joy. Lily sat up, blinking against the bright morning light. Her body felt heavy, anchored to the mattress by the exhaustion of the previous night's work. Her arms ached as if she had spent hours hoeing rows, which, in a spiritual sense, she had. But the sound of that laughter pulled her out of bed. She dressed hurriedly, pulling on yesterday's shorts and a fresh shirt. She skipped the bathroom routine and ran barefoot down the stairs, following the sound of voices coming from the back porch. The screen door was propped open. Lily stepped out. Her parents were standing in the vegetable garden. Thomas was kneeling in the dirt, examining a tomato plant with the intensity of a diamond cutter. Sarah was standing with her hands covering her mouth, her eyes shining with tears that hadn't quite spilled over. "It's impossible, Tom," Sarah was saying, her voice trembling. "I was out here yesterday evening. They were dying. They were yellow and wilted, and now, look at them." Lily walked quietly to the fence, leaning against the wooden post. She watched them. The patch she had healed stood out like a green island in a sea of brown. The 6 tomato plants were lush. their leaves a deep, dark forest green that looked almost blue in the morning light. They were standing tall, supported by the wire cages that had been too big for them just yesterday. And hanging from the vines were tomatoes, not red yet, but large, firm, and perfectly formed green spheres. Next to them, the peppers were glowing. The bell peppers were thick-walled and glossy, catching the sun. "I don't understand it," Thomas said, shaking his head. He reached out and touched the soil. "The ground is moist here, Sarah. Just here. Nowhere else. It's like a cloud came down and sat right on top of these 3 rows and nowhere else." "Maybe it's a blessing," Sarah whispered. She reached out and touched a pepper leaf. "Look at the color. I haven't seen this color since. Oh, since before the drought started 3 years ago." She turned and saw Lily standing by the fence. "Lily, come see." Sarah waved her over, her face beaming. "You won't believe it." Lily opened the gate and walked in. She tried to look surprised. "What happened?" "We don't know," Sarah said, grabbing Lily's hand and squeezing it. "I came out to pick what little okra we had, and I found this. Look at the tomatoes. They grew weeks' worth of growth in one night." Lily looked at the plants. In the daylight, her work looked even more impressive. The vitality radiating from them was palpable. She felt a warm flutter in her chest, not the magic this time, but pride. She had put that smile on her mother's face. "Must be the fertilizer you used," Lily suggested innocently. Thomas stood up, dusting off his knees. He looked skeptical. "Fertilizer doesn't make rain, Lily, and this soil is wet. But the pipe doesn't run under here. I checked the meter. We didn't lose any water last night." He took off his cap and ran a hand through his thinning hair. "I can't explain it, but I'm not going to argue with it. If this keeps up, we might actually have enough to can some salsa this year." Sarah laughed again, wiping her eyes. "Salsa, oh, imagine that." Just then, the sound of a heavy engine rumbling up the driveway broke the moment. Gravel crunched under tires, followed by the squeak of brakes that needed oiling. "That's Henderson," Thomas said, his face sobering instantly. The joy in his eyes dimmed, replaced by a neighborly concern. "He said he might stop by to borrow the post hole digger." They walked around to the front of the house. An old, battered blue pickup truck was parked near the barn. A cloud of dust hung in the air behind it. Mr. Henderson climbed out. He was a man who looked like he had been carved out of dried oak. He was thin, wiry, and bent, with skin the texture of parchment. He wore overalls that had been patched so many times it was hard to tell what the original fabric was. "Morning, Thomas. Sarah," Henderson said, nodding to them. He didn't smile. People in Oakhaven hadn't smiled much lately. "Morning, Bill," Thomas said, walking over to shake his hand. "Hot one already." "Hotter than the devil's skillet," Henderson agreed. He looked past Thomas at the fields. "Your corn is holding on." "Barely," Thomas lied slightly, thinking of the one magical stalk in the South 40. "How's yours?" Henderson spat into the dust. "Done for. I'm plowing it under tomorrow. Not worth the diesel to harvest it. The cows are hungry, Tom. I'm thinking of selling the herd." A heavy silence fell over the group. Selling the herd was the end. It was admitting defeat. Sarah stepped forward. "Oh, Bill, I'm so sorry." Henderson shrugged, looking down at his boots. It is what it is. No water, no grass, no cows. He looked up, and his eyes drifted toward the side of the house, where the edge of the vegetable garden was visible. He squinted. Are those peppers? He asked, pointing a trembling finger. Thomas nodded. Yeah, the garden. Woke up this morning. We had a bit of luck. Henderson walked slowly toward the garden. Thomas and the others followed. When Henderson reached the fence, he just stared. He gripped the wooden railing with knuckles that turned white. Luck, Henderson whispered. Thomas, that ain't luck. That's a miracle. My garden is dead. My wife's flowers are dead, and you have this. He looked at the glossy green leaves, and for a second, Lily saw something ugly in his eyes. It was envy. Pure, sharp, painful envy. But then it broke, replaced by a profound sadness. I'm glad for you, Tom, he said, his voice cracking. Truly, at least someone is eating fresh this year. Sarah didn't hesitate. She opened the gate. Bill, you wait right here. She went to the healthy plants. She picked 3 of the largest bell peppers and a handful of the radishes Lily had healed. She put them in her apron and brought them to the fence. Take these to Martha, Sarah said, pressing the vegetables into Henderson's rough hands. Please, we have more than we need right now. Henderson looked at the vegetables in his hands. The peppers were cool and firm. They smelled of life. He looked at Sarah and his eyes watered. I can't take your harvest, Sarah. You can and you will, Thomas said firmly, clapping a hand on his neighbor's shoulder. Neighbors help neighbors. That's how we survive. Henderson nodded, unable to speak. He clutched the peppers to his chest like they were gold bars. Thank you, he choked out. I'll bring the digger back tomorrow. He turned and walked back to his truck, moving a little faster than before. He had something to bring home. He had good news for his wife. Lily watched the blue truck drive away, leaving another cloud of dust. She looked at her parents. Sarah was smiling, but it was a sad smile. Thomas looked determined. We need to do more, Thomas said quietly to Sarah. If the garden keeps growing like this, we share it, all of it. Nobody goes hungry in Oakhaven if I can help it. Lily stood a little apart from them. She felt a new sensation rising in her throat. It wasn't hunger this time. It was resolve. She had seen the look in Mr. Henderson's eyes, the despair, and she had seen how 3 peppers, just 3 simple vegetables, had given him dignity again. She looked at her hands. They were trembling slightly, not from weakness, but from the realization of power. She couldn't just play in the garden anymore. She couldn't just heal a plant here and there for fun. This was real. People were hurting. The land was dying. And she was the only one who had the water. Lily walked up to her room while her parents went inside to start lunch. She went to the window and looked out at the vast, dry expanse of the farm. It's okay, she whispered to the empty air. Okay, you want to grow. Let's grow. She needed a plan. She needed to map out the farm. She needed to know which fields were closest to the road so no one would see her, and which ones were hidden enough to work on safely. And she needed food. Lots of food. If she was going to save the farm, she was going to need to eat like a linebacker. She sat at her desk and opened her sketchbook. On a fresh page, she drew a rough map of the Miller property. She circled the vegetable garden. Then she circled the South 40, where the lone corn stalk stood. She tapped her pencil on the paper. Tonight, she wouldn't just heal a plant. Tonight, she would try to heal a tree. The old peach tree by the barn that hadn't borne fruit in 2 years. It would be harder. It was bigger. But if she could get the peaches to grow, they could sell them. They could make money. They could help Mr. Henderson keep his cows. Lily closed the book. The sun was high and hot, but inside her, a cool green river was beginning to flood. Roots and resilience. The kitchen pantry was a small, narrow closet that smelled of dry pasta, spices, and the faint, sweet scent of molasses. For Lily, it had suddenly become the most important room in the house. If she was going to be a savior, she realized, she first had to be a thief. It was 3 in the afternoon. Her mother was in the living room, mending a tear in one of Thomas's work shirts, the rhythmic snip-snip of scissors drifting down the hall. Lily stood in the pantry, staring at the shelves with the calculation of a general planning a supply line. She needed calories, dense, heavy fuel. The dizziness she had felt last night after healing a few tomato plants had frightened her. If she passed out in the middle of a field at night, the coyotes might find her before her father did. She reached for the jar of peanut butter. It was the chunky kind, thick and oily. She took a loaf of bread, store-bought white bread, soft as a cloud. She moved quickly, spreading thick layers of peanut butter onto 4 slices of bread, slapping them together into 2 heavy sandwiches. She wrapped them in paper towels. Next, she found a bag of beef jerky, Thomas's favorite snack for long tractor rides. She took a handful of the dried strips. Finally, she filled her largest water bottle, a battered metal canteen that held a full liter. She stuffed everything into her canvas bag. It bulged slightly, but if she carried it casually, no one would notice. Lily. She jumped, slamming the pantry door a little too hard. Sarah was standing in the doorway of the kitchen, holding the mended shirt. "What are you doing in there, honey?" Sarah asked, eyeing the bag. "Just getting a snack," Lily lied, her heart doing a little nervous flip. "And I thought I'd go read in the hayloft. It's cooler up there." Sarah smiled, though her eyes lingered on the bag for a second longer than Lily liked. "All right, don't spoil your dinner. We're having stew." Lily escaped to the barn. The hayloft was indeed cooler, but only barely. Dust motes danced in the shafts of light that pierced the roof. Lily sat on a bale of hay, her bag of contraband food next to her. She didn't read. She watched the peach tree. Through the high window of the loft, she had a perfect view of the target. The peach tree stood alone on the south side of the barn. It was an old tree, planted by her grandfather 40 years ago. In Lily's childhood, it had been a monster of production, dropping fuzzy, sweet fruit by the bucket load. But the last 3 years had broken it. Now it looked like a sculpture made of driftwood. Its bark was gray and peeling. Many of its smaller branches had snapped off in the wind, leaving jagged stumps. There were no leaves, only a few dry, brown crumbles clinging to the twigs. It looked dead, truly deeply dead. Lily stared at it, chewing on her lip. Vegetables were annuals. They lived fast and died young. They were eager to grow. But a tree was slow. A tree had dignity. Waking it up might be like trying to wake a bear in the middle of hibernation. She waited. The afternoon dissolved into evening. She went inside for dinner, forcing herself to eat a bowl of vegetable stew, even though the peanut butter sandwiches were calling to her. She needed every ounce of energy. Night fell. The ritual of the house repeated itself. Lights out, silence, the slow rhythm of sleep taking over. At midnight, Lily was ready. She climbed down the trellis, her bag heavy on her shoulder. The night was hot and still. The moon was a waxing gibbous, bright enough to cast sharp shadows. She walked to the south side of the barn. The peach tree loomed over her, a skeletal silhouette against the stars. Up close, it looked even worse. The trunk was split in one place, a deep fissure running down to the roots. Barnaby was already there. The cat was sitting at the base of the tree, washing a paw. He stopped when he saw Lily giving a short, welcoming MRRP. He knew the drill. "This is a big one, Barnaby," Lily whispered, kneeling on the dry grass. "I might need you to drag me back to the house if this goes wrong." Barnaby bumped his head against her shin, offering moral support. Lily took a drink from her canteen. Then, she unwrapped one of the peanut butter sandwiches and ate half of it in 3 bites. She needed the sugar in her blood now. She wiped her hands on her jeans and stepped up to the tree. She didn't just hover her hands this time. She pressed her palms flat against the rough, gray bark. It felt dry and cold like stone. She closed her eyes. "Hello," she sent the thought into the wood. Silence, not the silence of peace, but the silence of emptiness. There was no hum, no vibration. It felt like touching a fence post. Lily frowned. She pushed a little of her energy into the bark. Usually the plants grabbed it, but the tree didn't react. It was too deep in its coma. "You're not dead," Lily insisted. "I know you're not." She visualized the roots. She imagined her mind traveling down through the trunk, past the dry cambium layer, down into the dark earth. She went deep, deeper than she had ever gone with the corn or the peppers. Down there in the cool dark, she found it. A faint, weak pulse. A tiny flicker of life hiding in the deepest taproot, hoarding the last drops of moisture to stay alive. It was stubborn. It was old. It was waiting to die. No, Lily thought fiercely. Not today. She gathered her energy. She pulled it from her toes, from her stomach, from the very air around her. She didn't just trickle it in. She flooded it. "Wake up." She pushed the golden warmth down into the roots. The reaction was slow, grinding. It felt like turning a rusty wheel. She felt the resistance of the wood. The tree was fighting her, not out of malice, but out of inertia. It was tired. Lily gritted her teeth. Sweat popped out on her forehead. Her arms began to tremble. This was hard. It was physically heavy, like lifting a fallen beam. "Drink," she commanded. "Rise." She poured more energy in. She felt the dizziness clawing at the edges of her vision. Her stomach cramped violently, but she didn't let go. And then the wheel turned. A creak. A sound came from inside the tree. A deep, popping groan of wood expanding. The pulse in the root flared. It grew stronger. It shot up the trunk like a rocket. Lily felt it pass under her hands, a surge of raw, powerful life. The bark under her palms grew warm. The fissures began to close, the wood knitting itself back together with the sound of cracking knuckles. Above her, the branches began to move. They didn't just lift, they stretched. New wood shot out from the tips of the dead branches. Pop, pop, pop. Buds appeared, thousands of them. Lily gasped, trying to pull away, but her hands were stuck, glued to the tree by the flow of energy. The tree was drinking her now. It was thirsty, and she was the well. She felt her knees buckle. The world spun. She was going to pass out. Enough, she thought, panic rising. That's enough. She yanked her hands back with a desperate jerk. The connection broke with a sensation like a snapping rubber band. Lily fell backward onto the grass, gasping for air. Her heart was hammering a frantic rhythm against her ribs. She felt hollowed out, scraped clean inside. She lay there for a minute, staring up at the sky, waiting for the black spots in her vision to fade. Then, a smell drifted down to her. It was the sweetest thing she had ever smelled. It was the scent of honey, vanilla, and spring rain. Lily rolled over and looked up at the tree. It wasn't a skeleton anymore. It was a cloud. The tree was covered in blossoms. Pink, delicate, 5-petaled flowers clustered on every branch. They glowed softly in the moonlight, a ghostly, beautiful canopy. There were no leaves yet, just flowers. It was an explosion of reproduction, a desperate, joyful shout of life. Barnaby was standing on his hind legs, batting at a low-hanging branch, trying to catch a falling petal. Lily sat up, her head swimming. She grabbed the rest of the sandwich and shoved it into her mouth, chewing slowly. She drank half the canteen of water. As the food settled, the shaking stopped. She looked at the tree with awe. "We did it," she whispered, her voice raspy. "You're back." But then she noticed something else. The grass around the tree. Where she had been kneeling, and for about 10 feet in every direction, the dead grass was gone. In its place was a carpet of thick, lush clover. And mushrooms. Small, glowing white mushrooms had popped up in a ring around the trunk. The tree hadn't just healed itself. It had spilled the energy over. The magic was getting stronger. Or maybe she was just getting terrible at controlling it. Lily stood up, using the tree trunk for support. The bark felt different now, alive, thrumming with a slow, steady rhythm. She looked at the blossoms. There were thousands of them. If even half of them turned into peaches, they would have a bumper crop in the middle of a drought. "How am I going to explain this?" she muttered to herself. The vegetable garden was one thing. A freak rain shower could explain a few tomato plants. But a tree in full bloom in July, that was unnatural. She sighed. That was a problem for morning Lily. Night Lily was too tired to care. She gathered her bag and her bottle. She bent down and scooped up Barnaby, who was happy to be carried. He purred against her chest, a warm, vibrating weight. "Let's go, buddy," she said, "before I fall asleep right here." She walked back to the house, leaving the pink cloud of the peach tree glowing in the dark, a beacon of impossible spring in the dead of summer. The pink cloud. The morning did not smell like dust. For the first time in 3 months, the scent of parched earth was completely overpowered. Lily woke up to a fragrance so thick and sweet it felt edible. It drifted through her open window, carried on the slight morning breeze, a perfume of floral honey, sugared almonds, and fresh greenery. She lay in bed for a moment, letting the smell settle in her lungs. Her body felt like it had been run over by the tractor. Her arms were heavy, her legs stiff. The price of the tree was higher than the vegetables, but the smell made it worth it. She dragged herself out of bed. Her stomach gave a loud, demanding growl. She was starving. Again. She went downstairs. The house was quiet, which was unusual for 7 in the morning. The kitchen was empty. The coffee pot was cold. Lily frowned. She walked to the back door and looked out. Her parents were not in the kitchen because they were standing by the barn. Actually, they were standing in a cloud. The peach tree had dropped thousands of petals during the early morning hours. The ground around the trunk, usually bare dirt and dry grass, was covered in a blanket of soft, confetti-pink snow. And the tree itself, it was a glory. It stood against the pale blue sky like a firework frozen in time. Every branch was heavy with blossoms. But it wasn't just the flowers. It was the sound. From the porch, Lily could hear a low, steady hum. Z-z-z-z-z-z-z-z-z. She walked out, her bare feet stepping onto the warm gravel. As she got closer, the hum became a roar. Bees, thousands of them. They were everywhere, honeybees, bumblebees, carpenter bees. They swirled around the pink canopy in a frenzied dance of joy. Where had they come from? The drought had decimated the local bee population. But somehow, the scent of the miracle tree had called them from miles away. Thomas was standing with his hands in his pockets, staring up into the branches. Sarah was leaning against him, her face peaceful, eyes closed, just breathing in the scent. "I've never seen anything like it," Thomas said quietly as Lily approached. He didn't look at her. He couldn't take his eyes off the tree. Not even in the good years. Not even in '98 when we had the record rain. "It's blooming in July, Tom," Sarah said softly. "It shouldn't be blooming. It should be setting fruit. Or dying." "Stress bloom," Thomas muttered, but his voice lacked conviction. Sometimes when a tree thinks it's dying, it puts out one last massive effort to reproduce. A suicide bloom. Lily felt a chill. "It's not dying," she said, stepping onto the carpet of pink petals. The petals were soft and cool under her feet. Thomas looked at her. His eyes were shadowed with confusion. "It looks healthy," he admitted. "The bark! Look at the bark, Lily. Yesterday it was gray and splitting. Today it looks polished, like a young sapling." He reached out and touched a low-hanging branch. A bumblebee, fuzzy and yellow-black, landed on a flower inches from his nose. It ignored him, drunk on nectar. "And the bees," Thomas whispered. "I haven't seen this many bees in 5 years. They found it. Nature found it." Sarah bent down and picked up a handful of fallen petals. She brought them to her face. "It smells like hope," she said, smiling at Lily. "I don't care why it's happening. I don't care about the science, Tom. Look at it. It's beautiful." "It is," Thomas agreed. He sighed, a long release of tension. "If these bees do their job, and it looks like they are, we're going to have peaches. A lot of peaches." "But will they survive?" Lily asked, playing the part of the concerned daughter. "Without water." Thomas looked at the ground. He nudged the soil with his boot. Under the layer of pink petals, the clover lily had accidentally grown was thick and green. "The ground is wet here too," he said. "Just like the garden, it's the same phenomenon." He looked at the barn roof, then at the sky. "Maybe there's a microclimate forming, condensation from the barn roof running down." It was a flimsy theory, and he knew it, but he needed something to hold on to. "I'm going to water it anyway," Thomas decided. "I'll haul buckets from the well if I have to. I'm not letting this tree die after it worked this hard." Lily smiled. "I'll help." The rest of the week passed in a blur of accelerated time. The magic Lily had poured into the roots didn't just wake the tree up. It put it on fast forward. Usually, it takes months for a flower to become a ripe peach. But the Miller miracle played by its own rules. By Tuesday, the petals had fallen, leaving behind the tiny, fuzzy green nubs of baby fruit. By Thursday, the fruit was the size of golf balls. By Saturday, the branches were beginning to bow under the weight of hundreds of peaches that were turning a blushing sunset orange. It was terrifyingly fast. Lily watched it with a mixture of awe and anxiety. She stopped feeding the tree, afraid it might explode if she gave it any more energy. She focused on just keeping herself fed. She was eating 4 meals a day now, hiding snacks in her room to avoid questions. On Sunday morning, a week after the bloom, the first peach fell. Thump. It hit the clover with a soft sound. Thomas was sitting on the porch, reading the paper. He heard it. He walked over, picked it up, and brought it back to the porch. He held it in his hand like a jewel. It was huge, the size of a softball. The skin was fuzzy, a perfect gradient of gold and crimson. It felt heavy, dense with juice. He took out his pocket knife, sliced a wedge, and tasted it. Lily watched from the doorway. Sarah stopped wiping the table. Thomas chewed slowly. His eyes widened. He didn't say anything. He just sliced another piece and handed it to Sarah, then another for Lily. Lily put the slice in her mouth. Flavor exploded. It wasn't just sweet, it was complex. It tasted like sunlight, honey, and floral nectar. It was juicy, the liquid running down her chin, sticky and warm. It was, without a doubt, the best peach she had ever eaten. "My God," Thomas whispered. That's not a normal peach." "It's candy," Sarah said, licking her fingers. "It's pure sugar." Thomas looked at the tree, which was heavy with hundreds, maybe 1,000 of these fruits. "We have to harvest," he said, his voice gaining the sharp edge of business. "We have to harvest now before the birds get them, and we need to go to town." "To the market?" Sarah asked. "No," Thomas said. "To the co-op, to the grocery store. This isn't just for a roadside stand. This is premium. If we sell these, we can pay the electric bill. We can pay the feed bill." He stood up, energized. "Lily, get the baskets. Sarah, clear the truck bed. We're picking peaches." For the next 4 hours, the Miller family worked. It was hot, sticky work, but nobody complained. The air was filled with the smell of fruit. The bees were still there, buzzing lazily around the fallen fruit. They filled 10 crates, then 20. The old truck sagged under the weight. Lily stood on a ladder, reaching for the highest branches. Her hands were sticky with juice. She felt a connection to every fruit she touched. She felt the tree's gratitude. It was happy to be useful again. As she picked a particularly large peach, she looked out over the fence. Mr. Henderson was standing there again. He was leaning on the fence post, watching them. Thomas saw him too. He walked over, holding 2 of the giant peaches. "Bill," Thomas called out, "catch." He tossed the peaches gently over the fence. Henderson caught them with clumsy, surprised hands. "Peaches?" Henderson asked, looking at the fruit as if it were an alien artifact. "In July, in a drought." "Miracle peaches," Thomas said, grinning. "Try one." Henderson took a bite. He closed his eyes. He stood there for a long moment, chewing. When he opened his eyes, they were wet. "It tastes like when I was a kid," he said softly. "It tastes like the 60s. "We're going to town to sell them," Thomas said. "You need anything." Henderson looked at the peaches, then at the dying grass in his own pasture. "No, Tom, just good luck. If you get a good price, maybe you can tell me what fertilizer you're using." "I wish I knew, Bill," Thomas said honestly. "I really wish I knew." Lily climbed down the ladder. She wiped her forehead with her arm. She felt drained but happy. But as she looked at Mr. Henderson's slumped shoulders, the resolve she had felt a few days ago hardened into steel. One tree wasn't enough. The vegetable garden wasn't enough. She looked at the vast, brown expanse of Henderson's pasture. She looked at his skinny cows huddled in the shade of a single dead mesquite tree. She needed to do more. She needed to cross the fence. Tonight, the harvest goddess was going to trespass. Crossing the wire. The boundary between the Miller farm and Mr. Henderson's property was marked by a 3-strand barbed wire fence. The posts were old cedar, bleached bone white by the sun and leaning at tired angles. In the daylight, it was just a fence. At midnight, under the heavy, watchful gaze of the moon, it looked like a frontier. Lily stood on her side of the line. The air around her was sweet, carrying the lingering perfume of the peach blossoms and the earthy scent of the healed vegetable garden. But just 10 feet away, across the wire, the air smelled different. It smelled of dry dust, brittle weeds, and despair. She adjusted the strap of her canvas bag. It was heavier tonight. She had packed 4 peanut butter sandwiches, a bag of trail mix, 2 liters of water, and on a whim, a few carrots for the cows. Barnaby sat at her feet, his tail twitching. He looked at the fence, then up at Lily with wide, luminous eyes. Cats didn't believe in fences, but he seemed to understand that humans did, and that crossing this one meant trouble. "We have to be quiet," Lily whispered to him. "Mr. Henderson has a shotgun, and he has trouble sleeping." She carefully pressed her foot onto the bottom wire, pushing it down into the dirt, and pulled the middle wire up with her hand. She slipped through the gap, the barbs catching slightly on her denim jacket. She pulled her leg through. She was in. The ground on Henderson's side felt harder. It was compacted, baked into a clay brick by years of hoofbeats and no rain. Every step Lily took made a sound, crunch, crack, snap, as she crushed dead thistles and dried grass. She froze, listening. The sound seemed deafening in the silence, but the only response was the chirping of crickets. She moved deeper into the pasture. Her destination was the cluster of mesquite trees near the dried-up creek bed, where the cows usually slept. As she walked, she felt the land. It wasn't just thirsty, it was exhausted. The soil felt tight, angry. It had been grazed down to the nub. She saw the dark shapes of the cows ahead. There were about 20 of them, huddled together for comfort. They were lying down, chewing their cud in a slow, rhythmic motion. Lily approached slowly. A few of the cows lifted their heads, their large ears swiveling toward her. They didn't panic. Cows are curious creatures, and Lily smelled like the green, lush world they had been staring at longingly through the fence. She knelt down near a cow that looked particularly thin. Her hip bones jutted out sharply. Lily reached into her bag and pulled out a carrot. She held it out flat on her palm. The cow sniffed it. A long, rough tongue lashed out, sweeping the carrot into its mouth. Crunch, crunch, crunch. "I know," Lily whispered. "I'm sorry." She looked around. She couldn't heal the whole 50 acres. That would kill her. She needed to be strategic. She needed to create a patch just like she had in the garden, a dinner table for the herd. She chose a low-lying area near the creek bed, where the moisture naturally gathered, if there was any moisture to be found. She sat cross-legged in the center of the dust. She took a sandwich out and ate it quickly, fueling the engine. Then she drank deep from the canteen. "Okay," she breathed. "Let's make a meadow." She placed her hands on the cracked earth. Unlike the tree, which was a single, deep consciousness, grass was a network. It was thousands of tiny voices. It was a choir. And right now, the choir was silent. The roots were dormant, hiding in their shells, waiting for rain that wasn't coming. Lily had to wake them all up at once. "Listen to me," she projected her thought, spreading it wide like a net. "You don't need rain. You have me." She pushed the energy out. Instead of a focused beam, she sent a ripple. Imagine dropping a stone into a still pond. The energy expanded in a circle outward from her body. The sensation was dizzying. It felt like her spirit was being stretched thin, pulled in 1,000 directions. She gasped, her fingers digging into the dirt. Grow, spread, thicken. The ground began to vibrate. It started as a whisper, the sound of dry soil shifting. Then, the sound of tearing paper as millions of tiny green shoots broke through the hard crust. Lily opened her eyes. In the moonlight, the ground was moving. A wave of green was spreading out from her knees. It was fast. Bermuda grass and clover surged up, weaving together into a thick, soft carpet. It chased away the dust. It covered the rocks. The circle expanded. 10 feet, 20 feet, 30 feet. Lily's head swam. Her vision blurred at the edges. The hunger hit her like a punch to the gut, a sharp, cramping pain. She grabbed another sandwich with one hand, stuffing it into her mouth while keeping her other hand planted on the earth, maintaining the connection. Chew, swallow, push. Chew, swallow, push. The cows noticed. One by one, they stood up. They smelled it. The scent of fresh, crushed grass, the sweetest perfume a cow knows. They began to walk toward her, a slow, heavy stampede of hooves. Lily felt the vibration of their steps. She pushed one last time, extending the circle to about 50 feet in diameter. A perfect, lush oasis in the middle of the dust bowl. That's it, she gasped. She pulled her hand back. The connection broke. The green wave stopped spreading. Lily slumped forward, resting her forehead on the new, cool grass. It was soft against her skin. She lay there for a moment, just breathing, listening to the sound of 20 hungry cows tearing into the feast. Sarararip, chew, arararip, chew. It was a satisfying sound. Suddenly, a bright light cut through the darkness. Lily froze. The light was coming from the Henderson farmhouse, about 200 yards away. The back porch light had flicked on. Then, a beam of a flashlight swung across the yard. "Who's out there?" a voice shouted. It was Mr. Henderson. His voice sounded thin and frightened in the vast night. Lily pressed herself flat into the tall grass. She was dressed in dark clothes, but the moon was bright. "Bo, go look," Henderson yelled. A dog barked, a deep, aggressive bark. Lily's heart hammered against the dirt. Run, her brain screamed. Run now. But her legs felt like jelly. She couldn't outrun a dog. She looked at Barnaby. The cat was crouching next to her, his ears flattened. "Distraction," she whispered to him, not knowing if he understood. "I need a distraction." Barnaby looked at the flashlight beam bouncing toward them. Then, with a fearless yowl, he bolted. But he didn't run toward home. He ran sideways, toward the old tractor shed on the far side of the pasture, away from Lily. He made as much noise as possible, crashing through a pile of dry tumbleweeds. Crash, rustle. The dog heard it. Woof! The dog took off after the noise, chasing the invisible intruder toward the shed. Mr. Henderson turned the flashlight beam to follow the dog. "Bo, get him." The beam swung away from Lily. This was her chance. Lily rolled onto her stomach and crawled. She crawled like a soldier, keeping low, dragging her bag. She moved away from the cows, away from the green circle, back toward the fence. She reached the wire. Her hands were shaking so badly she could barely lift the strand. She scrambled through, snagging her shirt, tearing a small hole in the shoulder. She didn't care. She tumbled onto her own land, safe. She lay in the tall weeds on the miller's side, panting silently. She watched through the wire. Mr. Henderson had reached the pasture. The dog was barking at the shed where Barnaby was, hopefully, hiding in the rafters. But then, Mr. Henderson stopped. The flashlight beam swept across the field, and it hit the cows. They weren't paying attention to him. They were clustered in a tight circle, heads down, eating frantically. Henderson walked closer. The beam of light hit the ground. Green, emerald green, thick ankle-deep grass. The flashlight beam shook. Lily could see it trembling in the dark. Henderson fell to his knees. The light dropped to the ground, illuminating a patch of clover. He didn't yell. He didn't call the police. In the silence of the night, Lily heard a sound that broke her heart and healed it at the same time. She heard a grown man weeping. It was a raw, confused sound of relief. He was touching the grass, running his hands through it, probably thinking he was dreaming, or that God had finally answered his prayers. Lily watched him for a minute. Then, she saw a small black shadow slip out of the shed and dart across the field. leaping over the fence with graceful ease. Barnaby landed next to her. He looked smug. "Good boy," Lily whispered, scratching him behind the ears. "You're a hero." She stood up, her legs wobbling but holding. She ate the trail mix as she walked back to the house, the sound of Henderson's sobbing fading into the distance, replaced by the steady, rhythmic sound of cows chewing the gift she had given them. She had trespassed. She had broken the law. And she had never felt more like a god than she did right now, standing in the dark with grass stains on her knees and a torn shirt. But as she looked at her own hands in the moonlight, she saw something new. The veins in her wrists. They looked faintly, barely noticeably green. The magic was changing the land, but it was changing her too. The circle in the dust. The thirst woke her before the sun did. It wasn't a dry throat or a parched mouth. It was a deep, systemic demand from every cell in her body. Lily sat up in bed, gasping, feeling as though she had spent a week in the desert without a canteen. She stumbled to the bathroom, not bothering to turn on the light. She cupped her hands under the faucet and drank. The tap water, usually lukewarm and tasting faintly of minerals, felt like nectar. She drank until her stomach felt tight and full, but the sensation of dryness in her limbs persisted. She leaned against the sink, catching her reflection in the mirror as the first gray light of dawn crept through the window. She looked different. It was subtle. If you didn't know her, you wouldn't notice. Her skin, usually prone to freckling in the summer sun, looked clear and luminous. It had a faint, pearlescent sheen to it, but it was her eyes that made her pause. Her irises, normally a warm hazel, seemed to have shifted. The brown flecks were receding, overtaken by a vibrant, mossy green. And her veins. She turned her wrist over. Under the thin skin of her inner arm, the blood vessels didn't look blue anymore. They looked teal, like water flowing through a stem. "What is happening to me?" she whispered. Her voice sounded lower, calmer, more resonant. She rubbed her arm vigorously, trying to make the color look normal. Then she splashed cold water on her face. Just a trick of the light, she told herself. Just the morning shadows. She dressed quickly. She reached for her favorite blue denim shirt, the one she had worn last night. As she pulled it on, she noticed the tear on the shoulder, a jagged rip where the barbed wire had caught her. Panic flared in her chest. She couldn't wear this. It was evidence. She stripped it off and shoved it to the bottom of her laundry hamper, burying it under socks and towels. She put on a fresh, yellow t-shirt instead. Yellow was safe. Yellow was innocent. She went downstairs. The kitchen was already bustling, or rather it was tense. Thomas was standing by the window, looking out toward the road. Sarah was sitting at the table, her hands wrapped around a coffee mug, staring into the black liquid. "Morning," Lily said, trying to sound casual. She went straight to the pitcher on the counter and poured another glass of water. "Morning, Lily," Sarah said distractedly. "Is everything okay?" Lily asked. Thomas turned around. His face was grave. "Bill Henderson just called," he sounded, shaken. "Is he okay? Is it Martha?" Lily asked, feigning ignorance. "No, they're fine. But he said something happened in his pasture last night. He wants us to come over." Thomas picked up his keys. He said he wouldn't believe it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. Lily's heart did a slow, heavy thud. I'll come too. Drink your milk first, Sarah said automatically, but she was already standing up, smoothing her apron. They drove the short distance to the Henderson farm in silence. The truck kicked up dust that hung in the still morning air. When they pulled up to Henderson's gate, Bill was waiting for them. He looked like a man who hadn't slept. His eyes were wide and red-rimmed, but he had a strange, manic energy. "Tom, Sarah," he said, leaning into the truck window. "You have to see, you just have to see." He led them not to the house, but through the gate and into the pasture. They walked over the crunching, dead grass. The heat was already rising, shimmering off the hardpan clay. "I heard the dogs barking last night," Bill was saying, walking fast. "I thought it was coyotes. I came out with the light and—" He stopped. He pointed. They had crested a small rise. Below them, near the dry creek bed, lay the miracle. It looked like a green coin, dropped onto a beige carpet. A perfect circle, exactly 50 feet in diameter. Inside the circle, the grass was lush, thick, and vibrantly green. It was knee-high in places. Clover, Bermuda grass, wildflowers, all growing together in a dense, chaotic mat of life. The cows were there, all of them. They were lying in the green grass, chewing contentedly, looking fuller and happier than they had in years. They looked like statues in a museum diorama. Thomas stopped dead. He took off his cap and wiped his forehead. "My God, Bill." "I know," Bill whispered. "I know." They walked down to the edge of the circle. The boundary was razor sharp. On one side, dust. On the other side, paradise. Thomas knelt down at the edge. He touched the dry dirt, then reached across and touched the cool, damp grass. "It's the same," Thomas murmured. "It's the same as our garden, the same as the peach tree." He stood up and looked at Bill. "Did you water this?" "With what?" Bill laughed, a hysterical, high-pitched sound. "My spit. The well is dry, Tom. I haven't pumped water to this field in 6 months. This just appeared overnight." Sarah walked into the grass. She spun around slowly, her arms outstretched. "It feels different in here," she said. "It's cooler. Can you feel it?" Lily stood at the edge. She didn't want to go in. She felt like a criminal returning to the scene of the crime. She watched her father. Thomas wasn't looking at the grass anymore. He was looking at the ground, searching. He was a farmer. He looked for tracks. He looked for signs of machinery. He walked along the perimeter of the circle. Then, his eyes drifted toward the fence line, the boundary between their properties. He walked over to the fence. Lily held her breath. "Please don't look. Please don't look." Thomas stopped at the section of fence Lily had crawled through. He leaned down. He inspected the bottom wire. It was bent slightly upward, the metal stressed. He looked closely at a barb on the middle wire. He reached out and plucked something off the metal. It was a tiny blue thread. Thomas stared at the thread for a long moment. He rolled it between his fingers. Then he looked back at the green circle. Then he looked at Lily. He didn't say anything. His face was unreadable. He put the thread in his pocket and walked back to the group. "Well," Thomas said, his voice level. "It's a blessing, Bill. Don't question it. Just let the cows eat." "I'm not questioning it," Bill said, wiping his eyes. I'm thanking the Lord, I think. I think I can keep them, Tom. If this grass holds out for a few weeks, maybe the prices will go up. Maybe I can make it. It will hold out, Lily said. The words slipped out before she could stop them. Everyone looked at her. I mean, she stammered, it looks really healthy, deep roots. Thomas watched her. His gaze was heavy. Yes, he said slowly, deep roots. They stayed for another hour, talking about the weather and the miracle. When they finally drove home, the atmosphere in the truck was heavy. Sarah was chattering happily about how the luck was spreading to the whole neighborhood, but Thomas was silent. When they got back to the farmhouse, Thomas turned off the engine but didn't get out immediately. Lily, he said. Yes, Dad. I noticed the fence between our place and Bill's was a bit loose, in the bottom section. Lily's stomach did a somersault. Oh, the boars probably pushed under it. Probably, Thomas said. He turned to look at her. His eyes were kind but sharp. It's dangerous out there at night, Lily. Coyotes, snakes, old rusty wire. A person could get hurt or tear their clothes. Lily felt the heat rise in her cheeks. He knew. He absolutely knew. I'll be careful, Dad, she whispered. You do that, Thomas said. And Lily. Yes. You're doing a good job with the chores. He opened the door and got out. Lily sat in the truck for a moment, letting out a breath she felt she had been holding for 12 hours. He knew it was her, but he wasn't stopping her. He was protecting her. She got out of the truck. The sun was high overhead now, approaching noon. Usually she would run for the shade, but today... She stood in the driveway. She tilted her face up to the sun. It didn't burn. Normally, the Texas sun felt like a physical weight, a hammer beating you down. But now it felt like food. She could feel the photons hitting her skin. She could feel her body absorbing the energy, drinking it in just as greedily as she had drunk the water. The exhaustion from the night before began to melt away, replaced by a buzzing, vibrant hum. She closed her eyes and spread her arms slightly. Her skin tingled. The hunger in her stomach faded. She was photosynthesizing. Lily. It was her mother, calling from the porch. Are you coming in? You'll get sunstroke standing there. Lily opened her eyes. The world looked incredibly sharp and bright. I'm coming, Mom, she called back. Just enjoying the weather. Enjoying the heat. You really are strange today. Lily walked to the house, smiling. She was strange. She was a monster of chlorophyll and stardust, and she had work to do. But first, she had to retrieve that blue shirt and bury it deep in the trash can. And maybe find a long-sleeved shirt for dinner. Because as she looked at her hands in the sunlight, the green tint in her veins was definitely getting brighter. The silent partner. The following week settled into a new, strange rhythm. To an outsider, the Miller farm looked much the same as it always had, dusty, quiet, baking under the relentless Texas sun. But beneath the surface, a silent dance was taking place. Thomas never mentioned the blue thread again. He never asked why Lily's appetite had shifted from sandwiches to simply standing on the porch for 20 minutes at noon, eyes closed, face turned to the sky. He didn't ask why the water bill had spiked slightly, or why Barnaby the cat now followed Lily everywhere like a shadow. Instead, he started leaving breadcrumbs. Not literal ones, but clues. On Wednesday morning, Lily walked into the kitchen to find the chalkboard by the fridge, usually reserved for grocery lists, had a new note. In Thomas's blocky, all-caps handwriting, it read, "Northfield pump is broken. Tank is full but pipe is clogged. Corn is suffering. Gate is unlocked." Lily read the note while pouring her morning glass of water. She looked out the window. The north field was their biggest crop. If they lost that, they lost the year's income. She looked at Thomas, who was lacing up his boots by the door. "Pipe's clogged?" she asked casually. Thomas didn't look up. "Yeah, can't get a plumber out here until Friday. Shame. Those stalks won't last 2 more days in this heat." He stood up and stamped his heel to settle the boot. "I left the tractor parked out there, in case, anyone needs shade." "Okay," Lily said, hiding a smile behind her glass. "Too bad about the pipe." "Yeah, too bad." Thomas tipped his cap and walked out. It was permission. It was an invitation. That afternoon, Thomas went into town to the Oakhaven Feed and Seed. It was the hub of the county, a place that smelled of molasses, grain dust, and old coffee. Farmers gathered there not just to buy supplies, but to trade misery. Usually the talk was identical, hot enough for you, creeks dry, selling the truck. But today, the air in the store was buzzing. Thomas walked in and tipped his hat to old Mr. Abernathy behind the counter. A group of 3 farmers was standing near the fertilizer stack, talking in hushed, excited tones. "I'm telling you, I saw it," one man was saying. It was Jim, a rancher from the west side. "I drove past Henderson's place this morning. It looks like a golf course, I swear. One perfect circle of green. The rest is dirt." "Maybe he drilled a new well," another man scoffed. "In a drought, without a rig." Jim shook his head. "And what about the Millers? I heard their peach tree is heavy with fruit. Peaches. In July, my trees died 2 years ago." Thomas stayed quiet, pretending to examine a shelf of work gloves. He felt a mix of pride and anxiety. The secret was leaking. "Hey, Thomas," Mr. Abernathy called out. "Is it true you got peaches?" The room went silent. All eyes turned to Thomas. Thomas turned slowly, holding a pair of leather gloves. He kept his face calm, the poker face he used when playing dominoes. "We got a few," Thomas said modestly. "Tree decided to bloom late. Nature's a funny thing." "A few?" Jim asked. "Bill Henderson says you gave him a crate that tasted like pure sugar. He says it's a miracle." Thomas shrugged. "Bill likes to tell stories. We just got lucky with the microclimate near the barn. Moisture trapped in the valley, maybe." He paid for the gloves and walked out, feeling the heavy gaze of the town on his back. They wanted to believe. Desperation made people want to believe in anything: aliens, government experiments, miracles. He knew he had to be careful. If they found out the miracle was a 15-year-old girl, things could get complicated. He drove home, his mind racing. He needed to protect her, but he also knew he couldn't stop her. The land was dying, and she was the cure. That night, the North Field waited. The moon was full now, a giant spotlight turning the farm into a silver and black landscape. Lily stood at the edge of the field. This was different from the garden or the single tree. This was 20 acres of corn. It was an ocean of dry stalks. They whispered in the slight breeze, hiss, scratch, hiss. It was the sound of thirst. Lily wasn't hungry tonight. She had spent 2 hours sitting in the sun that afternoon, letting the light soak into her skin. She felt buzzed, electric. Her blood felt carbonated. She realized with a start that she hadn't eaten solid food since breakfast, and she wasn't hungry at all. "Okay," she whispered. "Let's fix the pipe." She walked down the rows. She found the tractor Thomas had left. It was parked in the center of the field, a metal island. On the seat, there was a jug of water and a bag of beef jerky. Lily smiled. "Thanks, Dad." She didn't need the jerky, but she took a drink of water. She climbed onto the hood of the tractor and sat cross-legged. This gave her height. She could see the waves of corn stretching out in all directions. She needed to reach all of it. She closed her eyes and placed her hands on the warm metal of the tractor hood. She didn't push the energy into the machine. She used it as an anchor. She sent her mind down, past the tires, into the soil. She felt the roots of the corn, millions of them. They were weak, shallow, gasping. Connect, she thought. She imagined a web. She visualized a grid of green light connecting every single stalk in the field. From the north fence to the south creek, from the road to the barn. It was a massive effort. It felt like trying to hold up a collapsing tent with her mind. The strain pulled at her, tight and heavy. "Listen to me," she broadcasted to the field. "The drought is over. Tonight we drink." She pulled moisture from deep in the bedrock. She pulled humidity from the air. She pulled the energy she had stored from the sun, and she released it. Grow. The sound was what she would remember forever. Corn actually makes a noise when it grows fast. Farmers call it corn song. It's a series of pops, squeaks, and crackles as the fibers stretch and the leaves unfurl. Usually, you can only hear it on a hot, humid night after a rainstorm if you stand very still. Tonight, it was a symphony. Pop, snap, crinkle, pop, pop, pop. It sounded like a fire crackling. The noise started near the tractor and rolled out like a wave of applause. Lily opened her eyes. The stalks around her were moving. They were jerking upward, inch by inch. The leaves, tight and gray a moment ago, were spreading out broad and dark green. The air grew heavy and cool. The smell of fresh vegetation, that raw green scent of chlorophyll, rose up in a cloud, drowning out the smell of dust. Lily sat on the tractor, conducting the orchestra. She raised her hands, and the corn seemed to reach for her. She didn't feel drained this time. She felt like a conduit. The sun she had absorbed all day was flowing through her, transforming into plant matter. She was just the lens focusing the light. She watched as the field transformed. The stunted, waist-high corn shot up. 4 feet, 5 feet, 6 feet. Tassels appeared at the tops, waving like plumes. Ears of corn began to swell on the stalks, the silk turning from pale yellow to a rich, healthy brown. It took an hour of constant popping and cracking. When the silence finally returned, Lily was sitting in the middle of a jungle. The corn was now 7 feet tall. It towered over the tractor tires. It was a wall of dense, impenetrable green. She couldn't see the house anymore. She couldn't see the road. She was lost in a maze of her own making. She climbed down from the hood. Her legs were steady. She felt light, buoyant. She reached out and touched a stalk. It was thick, sturdy, and cool to the touch. "You're welcome," she whispered. She began the long walk back to the house. She had to push the leaves out of her way now. It was like walking through a car wash. The leaves brushed her face, her arms, leaving droplets of water on her skin. Dew. The field had created its own dew. When she finally emerged from the field, Thomas was waiting on the porch. He was sitting in the rocking chair, smoking a pipe, a habit he only indulged in when he was deeply thinking. Lily walked up the steps. She didn't try to hide. She was covered in corn silk and pollen. Her eyes were glowing faintly in the dark. Thomas looked at her. Then he looked past her, at the massive, dark wall of corn that now blocked the view of the horizon. "Plumber's going to be surprised," Thomas said, puffing on his pipe. "He'll wonder how a clogged pipe did that." "Maybe it unclogged itself," Lily said, sitting on the railing. "Maybe," Thomas agreed. He looked at her, his eyes crinkling at the corners. "You look green, Lily." "It's the moonlight," she said. "Sure." He tapped out his pipe. "You hungry?" Lily paused. She checked her stomach. "No, actually, I'm really thirsty, though." Thomas nodded. He reached down beside his chair and picked up the garden hose that was coiled there. He handed the nozzle to her. "Drink up," he said softly. It was a strange moment. A father handing his daughter a garden hose instead of a sandwich. But it was an acknowledgement. He accepted what she was becoming. Lily took the hose. She turned it on. The water was cold and tasted of rubber and iron. She drank and drank and drank. And for the first time, she didn't feel like she was hiding. She was just growing, just like the corn. The man in the black sedan. The cornfield was no longer just a crop. It was a monument. Standing over 7 feet tall, the stalks created a wall of emerald green that blocked the view of the highway from the front porch. The leaves were broad and thick, rustling with a sound like heavy silk skirts whenever the wind blew. It was impossible to miss. Cars driving down the county road would slow down as they passed the Miller property. Brake lights would flash red in the dust. People would stare. In a landscape painted in shades of tan, beige, and gray, the Miller farm was a shocking splash of verdant color. Lily watched them from the safety of the porch swing. She wore a wide-brimmed straw hat now, pulled low over her eyes to hide the unnatural brightness of her irises. She felt a strange protectiveness over the field, a possessive hum in her chest. "Mine," the plants whispered to her. "We are yours." It was Thursday, just past noon, when the trouble arrived. It didn't come in a pickup truck like the neighbors drove. It came in a clean, black sedan with city plates. The car moved slowly up the long gravel driveway, its tires crunching with a crisp, authoritative sound. Dust billowed behind it, coating the shiny black paint. Thomas was in the barn, working on the tractor. He heard the car and wiped his grease-stained hands on a rag, stepping out into the sunlight. His face tightened. He recognized the type of car. It meant official business. Banks, tax assessors, or inspectors. Lily stayed on the swing, freezing in place like a statue. She pulled her legs up, making herself small. The car stopped near the house. The driver's door opened, and a man stepped out. He was dressed in a crisp white shirt, dark slacks, and polished shoes that looked ridiculous in the dirt. He held a clipboard. "Mr. Miller," the man called out, adjusting his sunglasses. "That's me," Thomas said, walking over. He didn't offer a hand to shake. He kept his arms crossed, a universal sign of guardedness. "I'm Arthur Thorne, from the County Appraisal District," the man said, tapping his pen on the clipboard. "We're doing the updated property valuations for the tax year." Thomas nodded slowly. "I thought you did those from the aerial photos." "Usually we do," Thorne said. He took off his sunglasses, revealing sharp, calculating eyes. "But the aerial photos from last week showed an anomaly. My supervisor thought it was a glitch in the satellite imaging, a rendering error. So he sent me to verify." Thorne looked past Thomas. He looked at the massive wall of corn towering over the barn roof. "It seems," Thorne said, his voice flat, "it wasn't a glitch." He walked toward the field. Thomas followed, his jaw set tight. Lily slipped off the swing and crept to the edge of the porch, straining to hear. Thorne stopped at the edge of the crop. He reached out and touched a leaf, as if testing to see if it was plastic. The leaf was real, cool, and damp. "This is remarkable," Thorne said. "The rest of the county is in a D4 exceptional drought classification. Most farmers have plowed their crops under, and yet you have this." "We use dry farming techniques," Thomas lied smoothly. "Deep mulching, heritage seeds adapted to arid climates." Thorne looked at him skeptically. "Mr. Miller, heritage seeds don't defy physics. This corn requires inches of water per week to look like this. Where are you getting the water?" "We have a well," Thomas said. "A residential well shouldn't be able to sustain 20 acres of high-yield corn," Thorne countered. He began walking down the row, scribbling furiously on his clipboard. "I'll need to check your meter readings, and I'll need to inspect the creek pump to ensure you aren't drawing from the public waterway illegally." Lily felt a spike of panic, not for herself, but for her father. Water theft was a serious crime in Texas. People went to jail for it. She closed her eyes. She reached out with her mind, finding the consciousness of the cornfield. "Be still," she told the plants. "Look normal. Don't look too happy." It was a silly thought, but she felt the plants respond. The vibrant, buzzing energy of the field seemed to dampen slightly, pulling inward. She watched as Thorne walked around the property. He checked the electric meter on the side of the house. He checked the water meter box near the road. He frowned at the numbers. They showed normal household usage. He walked back to Thomas, looking frustrated. "The numbers don't add up," Thorne muttered. "Your consumption is low, lower than average, actually." "We conserve," Thomas said simply. "We don't waste." Thorne looked at the peach tree, which was still heavy with the last of the fruit. He looked at the vegetable garden, which was bursting with squash and tomatoes. It was a Garden of Eden in the middle of hell. "Well," Thorne said, snapping his clipboard shut, "I have to report what I see. Your land value just went up significantly, Mr. Miller. which means your property taxes are going to triple next year. Productive land is taxed at a premium. Thomas flinched. Triple taxes. They barely had money for the current taxes. But, Thorne added, a sly look crossing his face, if you're willing to share your techniques, maybe I could delay the filing. The county is looking for solutions. If you have a secret water source or a new fertilizer. There is no secret, Thomas said firmly. Just hard work and prayer, Mr. Thorne. Thorne stared at him for a long moment. Prayer don't make it rain, Mr. Miller, but have it your way. He walked back to his car. He paused with his hand on the door handle. I'll be back, Thorne said. And next time I might bring the water board inspector, just to be safe. He got in the car and drove away, the black sedan disappearing into a cloud of dust. Thomas stood in the driveway for a long time, watching the dust settle. His shoulders were slumped. Lily walked out to him. She didn't say anything. She just stood beside him. Tripled taxes, Thomas whispered. We can't afford that, Lily. Even if we sell every ear of corn and every peach, the taxes will eat it all. We'll find a way, Lily said. Her voice was calm, oddly deep. Thomas looked at her. He saw the green in her eyes. He saw the way the sunlight seemed to cling to her skin. He's going to bring the water board, Thomas said. They'll dig. They'll test the groundwater. They'll realize the aquifer hasn't dropped. They'll know it's not water. Let them come, Lily said. She looked at the cornfield. They can't prove magic, Dad. They can't tax a miracle. They can try to dissect it, Thomas warned. If they find out about you. They won't, Lily said. I'm part of the farm now. I'm just nature. She felt a sudden urge to prove it, to show him that they were safe. She walked over to the dry ditch that ran along the driveway. It was filled with dead weeds. Watch, she said. She didn't kneel this time. She just waved her hand, a casual gesture like brushing away a fly. Bloom. Instantly, a patch of bluebonnets, the state flower of Texas, which usually only bloomed in spring, erupted from the ditch. Pop, pop, pop. Dozens of blue spikes shot up, creating a vibrant azure border along the gravel. Thomas watched, his eyes wide. It was so easy for her now. It was effortless. You're getting stronger, he observed. Every day. I think it's the sun, Lily said, looking up at the sky. I don't need to eat as much food anymore. The sun feeds me, and the earth. It talks to me, Dad. It tells me where to push. Thomas looked at the bluebonnets, then at his daughter. He looked frightened, but also resigned. He realized he was no longer raising a child. He was living with a force of nature. Okay, Thomas said. Okay, if we're going to do this, we need a better plan than just hiding. If Thorne comes back, we need to give him something to find. A distraction. Like what? Like a new irrigation system, Thomas said, his mind working. I'll build a fake one. A complex system of pipes and rain barrels. We'll tell them we invented a new reclamation system. Something complicated that they won't understand. We'll give them a scientific excuse. Lily smiled. Science as a disguise for magic. I like it. The Ark. The next 2 days were a blur of metal, plastic, and deception. If Arthur Thorne wanted a scientific explanation for the miracle, Thomas Miller was going to give him one. And it was going to be a masterpiece of nonsense. Thomas spent the mornings scouring the boneyard. The pile of scrap metal and old machinery behind the tractor, shed that every farm accumulates over generations. He dragged out rusted radiators, coils of copper tubing, old 50-gallon drums, and yards of PVC piping. His plan was to build a machine that looked like it did something complicated with water. He called it the atmospheric condensation trap. The idea, Thomas explained to Lily as he wrestled a heavy coil of tubing onto the side of the barn, is to make it look so confusing that he's afraid to ask how it works. He bolted the pipes to the barn wall in a zigzag pattern. He connected them to the rain gutters. He ran hoses from the barrels into the ground, burying the ends so they led nowhere. He installed pressure gauges that were stuck on high and valves that didn't turn. By Friday afternoon, the side of the barn looked like the engine room of a steampunk submarine. It was impressive. It was ridiculous, but it looked too new. The PVC pipes were bright white. The copper was shiny. The duct tape was clean. It looked exactly like what it was, a prop built yesterday. "It's no good," Thomas said, wiping sweat from his brow. "He'll know. Plastic doesn't stay white in this sun for more than a month. It needs to look like it's been here for years." He looked at Lily. "Can you age it?" he asked. Lily stood in front of the contraption. She wore her straw hat and sunglasses. "I can't rust metal," she said thoughtfully. "That's oxidation. That's decay. I only do growth." "Moss," Thomas suggested. "Algae, sun bleaching." "I can do moss," Lily nodded. She stepped closer to the white pipes. She didn't need to touch them anymore. She just focused her gaze. She thought of the damp, green slime that grew in the horse trough. She thought of the gray lichen that clung to the old fence posts. "Claim it," she whispered to the microscopic spores floating in the air. It happened fast. A green film bloomed inside the transparent hoses, making them look murky and used. Patches of gray and orange lichen erupted on the wooden supports, making the lumber look weathered and gray. The bright white PVC pipes dulled, turning a sun-bleached cream color, then spotting with patches of green algae as if they had been leaking for a decade. In 5 minutes, the machine aged 20 years. It looked ancient, leaky, and absolutely vital to the farm's survival. Thomas laughed, a genuine, delighted sound. "Perfect. Now that looks like a tax write-off." They stood back to admire their work. It was a lie, but it was a beautiful one. But as the sun began to set, the real problem arrived. It started with the birds. Usually the evening sky was empty, save for a few circling vultures. But tonight, the sky over the Miller farm was alive. Flocks of mourning doves descended on the telephone wires, lining up like beads on a string. Cardinals, blue jays, and sparrows, birds that usually stuck to the deep woods, were fluttering around the peach tree and the cornfield. They were noisy. The air was filled with a cacophony of chirps, whistles, and coos. "They smell the water," Thomas said, looking up. "The cornfield is releasing moisture into the air. It's like a beacon." "It's okay," Lily said. "They can eat the bugs." But it wasn't just birds. As twilight deepened into purple night, the ground invasion began. Lily was sitting on the porch swing, resting after the day's aging work. Ray, the Labrador, was sleeping at her feet. Suddenly, Ray's head shot up. He let out a low woof, but he didn't growl. His tail gave a tentative thump. Lily looked toward the driveway. A deer was standing there. A doe. She was thin, her ribs showing through her tawny coat. She stood frozen, staring at the green lawn that Lily had inadvertently healed near the house. Behind her, 2 fawns stepped out of the shadows. Their legs were wobbly. Lily held her breath. Ray stayed seated. The animals of the farm seemed to understand the rules of the sanctuary. Truce. The doe took a step, then another. She reached the patch of green clover. She lowered her head and began to tear at the grass frantically. The fawns joined her. But they weren't alone. From the other side of the yard, near the barn, a family of raccoons waddled out. Usually, raccoons were nocturnal bandits, sneaking around bins. These raccoons walked openly to the dog's water bowl on the porch. The mother raccoon dipped her hands in the water and drank. Ray just watched her. Then came the rabbits. Dozens of jackrabbits, with their long ears twitching, emerged from the cornfield where they had been hiding in the shade. It was a migration. Thomas came out onto the porch, holding 2 mugs of tea. He stopped in the doorway. He looked at the deer on the lawn, the raccoons at the water bowl, the birds roosting in the eaves of the porch. "It looks like Noah's Ark out here," he whispered. "They're refugees," Lily said softly. "They have nowhere else to go. The creek is dry, Dad. The woods are dying. We're the only green spot left on the map." Thomas walked slowly to the edge of the porch. The doe looked up at him, chewing, but didn't run. She seemed to know that a man who built fake machines to save corn wasn't going to shoot her. "We can't feed them all, Lily," Thomas said, though his voice lacked conviction. "If the deer population finds out about the corn, they'll eat the crop down to the nub in one night." "They won't," Lily said confidently. "How do you know?" "I'll ask them not to," she said. She stood up and walked down the steps. The doe flinched but held her ground. Lily didn't use magic this time. She used presence. She walked to the edge of the cornfield where the rabbits were gathering. "Eat the grass," she projected the thought, imagining the image of the clover and the weeds. "Leave the corn. The corn is for the winter. The grass is for now." She pushed a feeling of contentment and fullness associated with the grass. She pushed a feeling of bitterness associated with the corn stalks. The rabbits paused. One of them hopped away from the corn and started nibbling a dandelion. Lily turned to the deer. "Safety," she thought. "You are safe here, but share." It was a subtle thing. It wasn't mind control. It was more like setting a mood, a vibration in the air that said this is a temple, not a buffet. She walked back to the porch. The animals continued to graze, but they stayed away from the cash crops. They stuck to the edges, the ditches, the lawns. "Did you just negotiate with a rabbit?" Thomas asked, raising an eyebrow. "I think we reached an understanding." Lily smiled. She sat back down. The yard was full of life. The sound of chewing, scratching, and rustling was loud. It was the sound of survival. But then, Lily noticed something else. Among the animals, there was a new visitor. Sitting on the fence post near the road, watching the scene with unblinking eyes, was a coyote. He was mangy, his fur matted, looking more like a skeleton than a predator. Usually, a coyote this close would mean death for the chickens or the cats. But the coyote wasn't looking at the chickens. He was looking at the water dripping from the leaky pipe of Thomas's fake machine. He hopped down, he walked past the deer. The deer tensed but didn't run. The truce held. The heat was the greater enemy. The coyote walked to the puddle forming under the fake machine. He lapped up the muddy water. He drank for a long time. Then he looked at Lily on the porch. He didn't wag his tail. He wasn't a dog. But he dipped his head once, a gesture of acknowledgement, before turning and trotting back into the dark. Even the predators are thirsty, Thomas murmured. It's a sanctuary, Lily said, repeating the word her father had used days ago. For everyone. Thomas sat down in the rocking chair. He looked at his fake machine, covered in Lily's real moss, feeding a wild coyote. Well, he sighed, if Thorne comes back, at least we have plenty of witnesses to testify that we're crazy. Lily laughed. She leaned her head back against the swing. The air was cool here, created by the transpiration of millions of leaves. The stars were bright. The yard was full of heartbeats. She closed her eyes and reached out with her senses. She felt the roots of the corn, deep and strong. She felt the pulse of the peach tree. She felt the tiny, rapid heartbeats of the birds. And beneath it all, she felt the earth itself. It was no longer screaming in thirst. In this one small square of Texas, the earth was humming a lullaby. Sleep, the land whispered to the animals. Drink and sleep. And as the moon climbed higher, a peaceful silence settled over the ark, broken only by the gentle rhythm of the rocking chair and the soft breath of 1,000 living things. The rust and the rules. Arthur Thorne returned exactly as he promised. 2 days later, just as the midday sun was reaching its zenith. This time, however, he was not alone. The black sedan was followed by a white county truck with the words Water Resources Board stenciled on the door. The procession looked ominous as it wound its way up the driveway, kicking up clouds of dust that hung suspended in the stagnant air. Lily was in the kitchen when she saw them. She felt a cold spike of adrenaline, not for herself, but for the fragile lie they had constructed. She looked at the atmospheric condensation trap through the window. It looked pathetic and ancient, a monstrosity of pipes and moss clinging to the side of the barn. "They're here," she called out to the living room. Thomas was ready. He had been ready since dawn. He was wearing his oldest, most stained work shirt and a cap that had seen better decades. He wanted to look like a man who barely scraped by, not a mastermind of tax evasion. "Stay inside, Lily," Thomas said, standing up and adjusting his belt. "Watch from the window. If they ask for you, you're doing homework." He walked out to meet them. Lily crouched by the window, peeking through the slats of the blinds. Thorne stepped out of his sedan, looking even crisper and more annoyed than before. From the white truck emerged a different kind of man. He was older, wearing a high-vis vest over a plaid shirt, carrying a heavy toolbox and a complex-looking sensor device. This was the expert. Lily held her breath. She reached out with her mind, finding the moss and algae she had grown on the pipes. Hold on, she whispered to them. Look real. Look old. The three men gathered by the barn. Lily couldn't hear every word through the glass, but she could read the body language. Thorne was pointing aggressively at the cornfield, then at the machine. He was clearly saying, "See, it's impossible." The expert, Mr. Evans, according to the name on his truck, walked over to the machine. He didn't look impressed. He looked confused. He reached out and touched the PVC piping where Lily had bleached it yellow. He scraped a fingernail against the patch of orange lichen on the wooden support. It flaked off naturally, dusty and dry. Evans took out a wrench and tapped the copper coil. Clang, clang. It sounded hollow. Then Evans opened the valve, the one Thomas had rigged to leak slightly. A trickle of muddy water dripped out, creating a small puddle in the dirt. Evans caught a drop on his finger and smelled it. It smelled of stagnation and algae. Evans turned to Thorne. He shrugged. Lily saw Thorne's face turn red. He was arguing. He pointed at the pressure gauge that was stuck on high. Evans laughed. He actually laughed. He shook his head and patted the rusted metal drum. He seemed to be explaining that the machine was a piece of junk, a relic of some failed experiment from the 80s. Thomas stood by, hands in his pockets, nodding solemnly. He looked like a man embarrassed by his old equipment, which was the perfect performance. Finally, Evans put his tools away. He wrote something on a clipboard and handed a carbon copy to Thomas. Thorne snatched the paper, read it, and crumpled it slightly in his fist. He glared at Thomas, then at the cornfield, and finally stormed back to his car. The vehicles drove away. Thomas waited until the dust settled before he slumped against the barn wall. He let out a long, shaky breath. Lily ran outside. What happened? What did he say? Thomas looked up, a grin breaking through his tension. He said it's a non-standard, low-efficiency gravitational collection unit. He said it's barely code-compliant, but since it's clearly been here for 20 years, it's grandfathered in. He believed it, Lily asked, eyes wide. He called it a pile of rust, Thomas chuckled. He said the algae buildup inside the pipes proves it hasn't been cleaned in a decade. He told Thorne that while it's theoretically possible to collect water this way, it's the most inefficient way to farm he's ever seen. Inefficient, Lily repeated, smiling. I can live with inefficient. Thorne was furious, Thomas added. He can't fine us for using an old machine. He can't prove we're stealing groundwater because Evans tested the drip and said it was condensate quality, not aquifer water. We're clear, Lily. For now. They stood there for a moment, looking at the fake machine that had saved them. We bought some time, Thomas said, his face growing serious again. But Thorne isn't stupid. He'll be watching. We can't keep expanding the corn. We have to maintain what we have, but we can't push it. I know, Lily said. But as she looked around the yard, she saw the problem with maintaining the status quo. The animals. The deer were back, hiding in the shade of the tree line. The raccoons were sleeping in the hayloft. The birds were everywhere. The puddle under the fake machine was already gone, lapped up by the thirsty creatures. They need more water, Dad, Lily said. The condensate isn't enough for a whole forest. Thomas sighed. I know, but I can't turn on the main well pump for them. It's too loud and it uses too much electricity. Thorn will see the spike in the meter. Lily looked past the barn, past the fields, toward the line of trees that marked the property boundary. That was where the creek used to flow, Oakhaven Creek. It had been a bubbling stream when she was a child, full of crawdads and minnows. Now it was a scar in the earth, a trench of dry rocks and sand. If the creek had water, the animals wouldn't need to come to the house. They would stay in the woods. And if the creek had water, no one would question why the valley was green. Creeks were natural. Creeks were random. "I have an idea," Lily said. "I'm scared to ask," Thomas replied, though he put his arm around her shoulders. "The machine is a good distraction," she said. "But we need a real solution. We need the creek back." "Lily, the creek is part of the regional watershed. It's dried up for 50 miles. You can't just fill it." "I don't need to fill 50 miles, Lily said, her eyes turning that deep, glowing moss green. "I just need to unclog the veins. The water is down there, Dad. It's just trapped under the rock. It wants to come up. It just needs an invitation." Thomas looked at the dry tree line. "That's a lot of power, Lily. Are you sure?" "No," she admitted. "But look at them." She pointed to a fawn that was licking the damp mud under the fake pipe. "I have to try." That night, Lily didn't go to the fields. She went to the woods. The creek bed was a ghostly place in the moonlight. The white limestone rocks glowed like bones. The silence was absolute. No frogs, no water rushing, just the dry rustle of dead leaves. Lily walked down the steep bank and stood in the center of the dry channel. The rocks were still warm from the day's heat. She took a deep breath. This wasn't about growing a plant. This was geology. This was hydrology. This was the blood of the earth. She sat down on a large, flat boulder. She took off her shoes and placed her feet on the sandy bottom. She closed her eyes and pushed. She didn't visualize a stalk or a leaf. She visualized the map of the underground. She felt the layers of limestone, clay, and granite. She sent her mind down, searching for the aquifer. It was deep, much deeper than the tree roots. It was a vast, dark ocean of water trapped in the stone. It was under immense pressure, waiting for a crack, a fissure, a way out. Lily found a fault line, a natural crack in the bedrock that ran directly under the creek. It was sealed tight with silt and time. "Open," she whispered to the rock. "Breathe." She poured her energy into the fault line. She didn't try to break the rock. She tried to lubricate it. She asked the earth to shift, just a fraction of an inch. It was heavy work, heavier than the tree. It felt like trying to push a mountain with her bare hands. Her head began to pound. Her nose started to bleed, a warm trickle running down her lip. But she felt it, a rumble, a deep subsonic vibration that shook the soles of her feet. Crack. Far below, the stone shifted. And then a sound. Hiss. It sounded like a kettle boiling. Then it turned into a gurgle. Lily opened her eyes. A few feet away from between two rocks, a bubble of mud appeared. Then another. Then a tiny, clear stream of water burst forth. It wasn't a flood. It was a spring. It flowed over the dry rocks, turning them dark. Trickle, trickle, splash. It was the most beautiful sound she had ever heard. Start small. she whispered, wiping the blood from her nose. Start small and grow. She sat there for an hour, watching the spring. It was widening. The water was clear and cold, smelling of deep earth. It began to fill the small pools in the creek bed. A raccoon came out of the brush. It stopped, sniffing the air. It looked at the water, then at Lily. It scampered down the bank and plunged its hands into the new pool, splashing happily. Lily smiled weakly. She was exhausted. Her bones felt brittle, but the creek was alive. She knew she couldn't fill the whole river tonight, but she had opened the door. The water would do the rest. Gravity would do the rest. By morning, there would be a stream. By next week, maybe a river. Arthur Thorne could inspect the pipes all he wanted. He could check the meters. But he couldn't tax a natural spring that just happened to reopen after a seismic shift. Lily laid back on the rock, looking up at the stars through the canopy of trees. The sound of running water filled her ears, washing away the fear, washing away the lies. For the first time in a long time, the harvest goddess was just a girl listening to a river. The river of light. The sound was the first thing to change. For 3 years, the ambient noise of the Miller farm, and indeed all of Oakhaven, had been dry. It was the sound of wind hissing through brittle grass, the crunch of gravel, the scratching of cicadas. It was a friction-filled, raspy soundtrack. But when Lily woke up the morning after her visit to the creek bed, the world sounded liquid. A soft, constant burbling drifted through her window. Gurgle, splash, rush. It was a melody that the land had forgotten how to sing. Lily dressed in a daze and walked out onto the porch. Thomas was already there, leaning on the railing, a mug of coffee in his hand, staring toward the tree line. "You did it," he said, his voice thick with emotion. "I walked down there at dawn. It's not just a trickle, Lily, it's a flow. The pools are full. The minnows, I don't know where they came from, maybe eggs buried in the mud for years. But they are hatching. The water is alive." They walked down to the creek together. It was a transformation. The jagged scar of white rocks was now a sparkling ribbon of blue-green water. It flowed clear and cold, tumbling over the stones with a joyful energy. The air near the banks was 10 degrees cooler than the rest of the farm. Dragonflies, iridescent blue and green, were already patrolling the surface, their wings buzzing like tiny airplanes. Ray, the old Labrador, ran ahead of them. Usually, Ray trotted with a stiff, arthritic gait. But today, he galloped. He splashed into the water, barking at the spray, acting like a puppy of 6 months, not a senior dog of 12 years. "Look at him," Thomas laughed. "He hasn't moved like that since he was in his prime." Lily watched the dog drinking greedily from the current. She felt a twinge of recognition. The water wasn't just H2O, it was charged. It carried the same resonance as the corn and the peaches. It was healing water. "It's going to go downstream, Dad," Lily said, watching the current swirl around a bend. "It crosses under the highway. It goes through town. It goes past the school." "I know," Thomas said. "We can't stop it. Water wants to be free." "What will people think?" Thomas looked at the crystal-clear stream. "They'll think the aquifer shifted. They'll think it's a geological miracle. And they'll be so happy to see water, they won't ask too many questions. just like Henderson. He squeezed her shoulder. Let's go to town. We need to buy feed, and I want to see. They took the truck. As they drove toward Oakhaven, the signs of the drought were everywhere. Brown lawns, dusty cars, trees with drooping leaves. But as they approached the old stone bridge that marked the entrance to the town proper, they saw the crowd. Cars were pulled over on the shoulder of the highway. People were standing on the bridge, leaning over the stone parapet, pointing down. Thomas slowed the truck and pulled over. Looks like the news travels faster than the water. They got out and joined the crowd on the bridge. Below them, the Oakhaven Creek bed, which had been a dry dumping ground for old tires and trash for years, was filling up. The water hadn't reached full depth yet. It was maybe a foot deep, but it was moving. It was pushing the debris aside, cleansing the channel, sparkling in the sunlight like liquid diamonds. And the children. Dozens of kids were down there. They had kicked off their shoes and were running in the mud, splashing each other, shrieking with delight. Lily watched a group of boys building a dam with rocks. She saw a little girl sitting in the shallows, letting the water run over her legs, laughing as if it were the funniest thing in the world. "It's real," a woman standing next to Sarah exclaimed to no one in particular. She was holding a baby. "My husband called me from the construction site. He said the water just started bubbling up from the ground near the Miller place and flowed all the way here." Lily stiffened. Near the Miller place. Thomas touched the brim of his hat. "Nature's a mystery, ma'am," he said calmly. "Aquifers are tricky things. Earthquakes in Mexico, maybe, shifts the plates." "Blessing is what it is," the woman said, hugging her baby. "Just a blessing." Lily looked down at the water. She could feel it. Even from the bridge, she could feel the connection. That water was her. It was her energy flowing through the town, touching everyone. She watched an old man walking a dog along the bank. The dog pulled on the leash, desperate to get to the water. The man let him go. The dog drank, and the man knelt down and splashed water on his face. He stood up, looking refreshed, the lines of worry on his face smoothing out. "It's helping them," Lily whispered to Thomas. "It is," Thomas agreed, "but look over there." He nodded toward the far bank. A news van had pulled up. Channel 5 News. A reporter was setting up a camera, framing the shot with the happy children in the background. "This is going to be on the evening news," Thomas muttered. "Statewide. The mystery river of Oakhaven." "Is that bad?" "It brings attention," Thomas said. "Tourists, scientists, maybe the water board again. Thorne will definitely see this." He turned to Lily. "We need to go. If they start tracing the source, they'll end up at our tree line. We need to make sure the source looks natural. I need to go move some rocks, maybe make it look like a landslide opened a spring." They walked back to the truck. Lily felt a strange mix of pride and fear. She had saved the town. The despair she had felt radiating from the city lights a week ago was dampening. The town felt cooler, lighter. But as they drove back, passing the line of cars heading toward the water, Lily noticed something else. The roadside weeds. Along the path of the creek, the vegetation on the banks was changing. It wasn't just getting wet, it was transforming. Brown scrub brush was turning green before their eyes. Flowers, Wildflowers that shouldn't bloom until spring were popping open in the wake of the water. A trail of blooming color was following the river, painting a bright line across the gray landscape. "Dad," Lily said, pointing out the window. "The flowers." Thomas glanced at the riot of yellow and purple rushing by. "Yeah, that's vivid." "The water is charged," Lily said. "It's full of magic. Everything it touches is going to grow, fast. Then we're going to have a very green town by tomorrow," Thomas said. "And maybe that's good. Maybe people will just think the drought broke." He looked at her. "You okay? You look pale." Lily leaned her head against the cool glass of the window. "I'm okay, just thirsty." She was always thirsty now, but it was a good thirst. It was the thirst of a riverbed wanting to be full. When they got back to the farm, the sun was setting. The ark was in full swing. The deer were drinking from the creek. The raccoons were washing their food in it. The air was filled with the sound of life. Lily walked down to the water's edge. She sat on a rock and put her feet in. The water rushed over her skin, completing the circuit. She felt the pulse of the town downstream. She felt the joy of the children. She felt the relief of the old willow trees near the bridge drinking for the first time in years. She was no longer just a girl on a farm. She was the bloodstream of Oakhaven. And as the moon rose, reflecting in the new river, Lily realized that she couldn't go back to being small. The river only flows one way, forward, and it gets wider as it goes. She closed her eyes and let the current carry her thoughts away, drifting into a deep, watery sleep. Whispers in the water. The news van left, but the world didn't go back to normal. The segment aired on the 6 o'clock news. "The miracle of Oakhaven. A river runs through it." By the next morning, the sleepy, dust-choked town had woken up to a traffic jam. It was a strange kind of tourism. People didn't come for roller coasters or museums. They came for water. They came from the city, driving expensive SUVs, and from neighboring counties in rusted pickups. They parked along the highway, walking down the embankments to touch the Oakhaven Creek. The diner on Main Street, which usually served 3 customers by noon, was packed. The bell above the door didn't stop ringing. The waitress, barely keeping up with orders for iced tea and burgers, looked exhausted but thrilled. The gas station sold out of ice, soda, and sunscreen in 3 hours. For a town that had been slowly dying of dehydration and poverty, the creek was in transfusion of lifeblood. Money was flowing again. Back at the Miller farm, the noise of the highway was a distant hum, muffled by the wall of corn. But the energy was different here, too. Mr. Henderson drove up the driveway at 10 in the morning. He didn't look like the defeated man of a week ago. He had shaved. He wore a clean shirt. He practically bounced out of his truck. "Tom," he yelled, waving a hat. "Tom, you gotta see the pasture." Thomas and Lily were on the porch. "What is it, Bill?" Thomas asked, putting down his coffee. "The grass," Henderson said, his eyes wide. "It's not just growing, it's exploding. The cows can't eat it fast enough. It's knee-high again, and they just grazed it down 2 days ago. It's growing 6 inches a night." He leaned against the porch railing, breathless. "I did the math, Tom. I have enough grass to feed my herd 10 times over. I can't let it go to waste. I'm thinking of baling it. Thomas raised an eyebrow. Hey, in July. Premium alfalfa and clover mix. Henderson nodded enthusiastically. Green as an emerald. I called the feed store. They said if the quality is as good as I say, they'll buy every bale I can produce. They're shipping hay in from 3 states away right now, if I can sell local. He paused, looking at Thomas with a sudden seriousness. But it started with you, Tom. That green circle. It spread. It jumped the fence. I feel like I owe you a cut. Thomas shook his head, smiling. I didn't plant your grass, Bill. The wind did, or the water. You keep the money. You need a new roof on your barn anyway. Henderson looked like he might cry again, but he swallowed it down. I'm gonna bale it, and I'm gonna hire the Johnson boy to help. He needs work. We're gonna be busy, Tom, real busy. He drove off, dust kicking up behind him, already on his phone calling about baling wire. He's happy, Lily said softly. He's useful, Thomas corrected. A farmer without a crop is a sad thing, Lily. Give him a crop and you give him his life back. Later that afternoon, Lily went down to the creek on their property. The water was rushing stronger now. It had scoured the bed clean, running over the white stones with a joyful turbulence. She sat on her favorite flat rock and took off her sandals. She slid her feet into the cold current. Immediately, the sensation hit her. It wasn't just temperature, it was data. Water is a conductor. It carries vibration. And this water, charged with her own energy, was like a fiber optic cable running straight into her mind. She closed her eyes. At first, it was just noise. The splash gurgle of the water, the vibration of fish swimming, the dipping of bird beaks. Then, the sounds expanded downstream. She heard the laughter of the children at the bridge, miles away. It sounded like bells ringing in her head. She heard the hum of the pumps at the golf course, which had illegally dropped a hose into the creek to water the 9th green. She felt a pinch of annoyance at that greedy grass, but she let it slide. She stretched her mind further, following the flow. The water moved under the highway bridge, past the old mill, and into the center of town. There, the water slowed down as it widened near the town square. Lily focused. She could hear voices. They were distorted, like hearing people talk underwater, but if she concentrated, the words sharpened. 2 men were standing on the riverbank near the mayor's office. She could feel their heavy leather shoes vibrating against the damp earth. It doesn't make sense geologically, a voice said. It was deep, raspy. The water table is still critical everywhere else. This is a localized anomaly. I don't care about the geology, a second voice replied. This one was smoother, sharper. I care about the rights. Who owns the source? Lily stiffened. She recognized the smooth voice. It was Councilman Miller, no relation. A man who owned the car dealership and half the rental properties in town. The source is on private land, the raspy voice said. Up near the old Miller farm and the Henderson place. It bubbles up right out of the limestone. Private land doesn't mean private water, Councilman Miller said. Surface water belongs to the state, but if we can declare it a municipal emergency resource, we can divert it. Divert it. The reservoir is empty, Frank. If we dam this creek just past the bridge, we can pump it back to the city tanks. We can sell it. Why let it flow downstream to the next county? Let them find their own miracle. Damming it would flood the park, the raspy voice warned. And it would dry up the flow for the farmers downstream. It's an emergency measure, the councilman dismissed. I'll draft the proposal tonight. We need to secure the water before the state EPA gets involved. If we control the flow, we control the town. Lily pulled her feet out of the water with a gasp. The connection snapped. The voices vanished, replaced by the innocent gurgling of the stream. She sat there, heart pounding. They wanted to dam it. They wanted to put a wall in front of her gift. They wanted to hoard it, sell it, and starve the people downstream. No, she whispered. It's not for you. She stood up. Her hands were shaking, not from hunger, but from anger. It was a new feeling. Usually her magic was born of love or pity. This was different. It was the fierce, protective fury of a mother bear. She walked back to the house, her stride long and purposeful. Thomas was in the kitchen, making a sandwich. He looked up as she stormed in. Lily, what's wrong? You look like a storm cloud. They want to take it, Lily said. The city council, I heard them. I know. They want to build a dam at the bridge. They want to pump the creek dry and put it in the water towers to sell. Thomas put down the knife. He didn't ask how she knew. He trusted her radar. Eminent domain, Thomas muttered. Or emergency powers. They can do it. If they declare a water crisis, they can seize surface water. But it's my water, Lily said. I made it. They don't know that. To them, it's just a resource. And men like that, they don't like resources flowing away for free. Thomas walked to the window and looked out at the green valley. If they dam it, the flow stops, he said. The magic stops spreading. The animals downstream die. The miracle becomes just another commodity. We have to stop them, Lily said. We can't fight the city council in court, Lily. We don't have the money, and we don't have the time. They'll have bulldozers out there by Monday. Lily looked at her hands. Her veins were pulsing with a bright teal light. I don't need a court, she said quietly. I need to make sure they can't dam it. How? If the water is manageable, they can control it, Lily said, her voice taking on the deep, resonant tone of the river. But if the river is too wild, if it's too big, they can't cage it. She looked at Thomas. I opened the tap, Dad, but I kept it small. I was afraid of flooding people. And now? Now, Lily said, I think Oakhaven needs a flood. Not a destructive one, but a big one. Big enough to wash away their plans. Thomas looked at her. He saw the power radiating off her. She wasn't just his daughter anymore. She was a force of nature. If you widen the creek, Thomas warned, you might flood the road. You might flood the park. I'll guide it, Lily said. I'll make the channel deeper, not just wider. I'll ask the earth to move. But I need to go back to the source. Tonight. Thomas nodded. He grabbed his keys. I'll drive you, he said. And I'll bring the shovels. If we're going to remodel the landscape, we might as well look like we're doing maintenance. The war for the water had begun, and the councilman had no idea he was fighting a goddess. the unconquerable current. Night fell over the valley, but it brought no silence. The creek, which had been a gentle babble the night before, was already growing louder, sensing the intent of its mistress. Thomas parked the truck near the tree line, leaving the headlights off. The moon was bright enough. He carried 2 heavy shovels and a pickaxe, though he suspected they were merely props. "Are you sure about this, Lily?" he asked, looking down at the water. "Once you scour the channel, we can't put the rock back. If we make a canyon, it stays a canyon." Lily stood on the bank. She had taken off her shoes. The ground beneath her feet was humming. "If we don't make it a canyon, they'll make it a pipe," she said. Her voice was calm, devoid of fear. "I'm not going to hurt anyone, Dad. I'm just going to make the river," opinionated. She walked into the water. It was calf-deep and cold. She closed her eyes and spread her arms. She didn't push energy out this time. She pulled the earth apart. "Deepen," she commanded the limestone bed. "Widen, run." It was a geological heave. Unlike the swift growth of plants, rock moved with a grinding, protesting shudder. "Siarararak." A sound like a gunshot echoed through the woods as a layer of shale fractured underwater. The ground beneath Thomas's feet vibrated. The water level dropped suddenly as the bottom fell out, creating a deeper trough. Then the flow surged. The spring she had opened earlier responded to the drop in pressure. It roared. Lily walked downstream, moving with the current. As she walked, the riverbed reshaped itself. She dissolved the silt banks, turning them into hard stone chutes. She summoned boulders from the soil, pulling them up to create rapids and eddies. She wasn't just digging a ditch. She was building an obstacle course. She was creating a river that twisted, turned, and accelerated. Faster, she urged the water. "Don't let them catch you. Be slippery." For 3 hours, she walked the length of the property. Behind her, the gentle creek transformed into a whitewater torrent. It churned and foamed, crashing over the new rocks with a sound like a freight train. By the time she reached the property line, she was trembling. Her skin felt tight, her muscles liquefied. But the river was alive. It was no longer a resource waiting to be bottled. It was a beast. "It's done," she whispered, climbing up the muddy bank where Thomas was waiting to catch her. "It sounds angry," Thomas noted, listening to the roar. "Not angry," Lily leaned heavily against him. "Just free." The sun rose on a changed Oakhaven. At 7:00 a.m., the city council's contract crew arrived at the stone bridge. It was a convoy of 3 yellow dump trucks filled with sandbags, a backhoe, and a surveyor's van. Councilman Miller was there in his pristine SUV, sipping coffee, ready to supervise the emergency diversion. The plan was simple. Drop sandbags across the shallow creek to create a temporary coffer dam, then install pumps to divert the water into the municipal tanker trucks until a pipe could be laid. The foreman, a burly man named Gus, stepped out of his truck and walked to the bridge railing to assess the site. He stopped. He took off his hard hat and scratched his head. Mr. Miller," Gus called out. "We got a problem." Councilman Miller rolled down his window. "What problem?" "Just drop the bags, Gus." "I don't think the bags are gonna hold this, sir." Miller got out of the car and walked to the railing. He looked down. His jaw dropped. Yesterday, the creek had been a placid, ankle-deep stream meandering through trash. Today, it was a raging torrent of white foam and dark water. It was rushing under the bridge with a velocity that made the stone pillars tremble. The water level had risen 3 feet. It was scouring the banks, tearing away dead bushes and carrying driftwood downstream at breakneck speed. "What the hell happened?" Miller shouted over the roar of the water. "Did a dam break upstream?" "There are no dams upstream," Gus shouted back. "This is flash flood volume, but the sky is clear." "It's just runoff," Miller insisted, though his face was pale. "It has to stabilize. Proceed with the plan. Drop the bags on the north bank to create a breakwater." Gus looked at him like he was insane, but he signaled the driver. The first dump truck backed up to the edge of the bank. The hydraulic bed lifted. A cascade of heavy sandbags slid down the slope toward the water. A splash. The bags hit the water, but instead of settling into a pile, the current grabbed them. The water seemed to swirl around them with intelligent malice. It undercut the sand instantly. The heavy bags bobbed for a second, then were swept away like leaves. They tumbled downstream, disappearing into the white water. "It took him," a worker yelled. "It just took the whole load." "Use the backhoe," Miller screamed, his face turning purple. "Dig a diversion channel." The backhoe operator drove his machine to the muddy bank. He lowered the bucket to scoop out the earth. But as soon as the metal bucket touched the water, the bank gave way. The soil, saturated and unstable from the sudden flow, collapsed. The backhoe slid. "Whoa, whoa," the operator yelled, jamming the machine into reverse. The tracks spun in the mud, throwing sludge everywhere. The machine teetered on the edge of the raging river. The water roared, slapping against the tires, eroding the ground beneath it. With a terrified lurch, the operator managed to claw the machine back up the slope, safe onto the asphalt. He killed the engine and jumped out. "I'm not doing that again," he shouted at Miller. "That ground is soup. I almost lost a $100,000 rig." Miller stood on the bridge, furious and wet from the spray. He looked at the river. The water seemed to look back. It swirled in a dark eddy near the piling, a vortex that looked suspiciously like a mocking grin. "This is insane," Miller muttered. "It's too fast. We can't pump this. It would blow the seals on the intake." Gus walked up, wiping mud from his face. "Mr. Miller, I can't build a dam in this. Not without heavy-duty concrete forms and a diversion tunnel. That's a 6-month engineering project. Millions of dollars." "We don't have millions," Miller snapped. "We have an emergency budget." "Then you don't have a dam," Gus said flatly. "Look at it. That water isn't stopping for anyone. It's going to the ocean, and God help anything in its way." Councilman Miller watched the water rushing past. He saw his plan for a controlled municipal resource washing away with the sandbags. He saw the potential revenue dissolving into foam. But he also saw something else. On the far bank, a group of townspeople had gathered to watch the construction. When the sandbags washed away, they cheered. They were cheering for the river. Miller realized then that he had lost. Politically and physically, You can't fight a flash flood with a backhoe, and you can't steal a miracle that everyone is watching. Pack it up, Miller spat. We'll monitor the situation. Tell the press we decided to let the natural flow restore the ecosystem. Yes, sir, Gus grinned. Ecosystem, got it. Back at the farm, Lily sat on the porch swing, eyes closed. She heard it all through the water. She felt the heavy thud splash of the sandbags. She felt the vibrations of the retreating trucks. She smiled. They're gone, she told Thomas, who was reading a book nearby. They gave up. The river was too fast, Lily said. They couldn't catch it. Thomas let out a long breath. Good. That buys us safety. If they can't control it, they'll just try to regulate the banks. And that means the water stays free. He looked at the creek, which was roaring happily through the trees. You made quite a beast, Lily. It's safe, Lily promised. It won't flood the houses. I told it to stay in the channel. It just likes to run. The crisis was averted. The river was free. And downstream, the town of Oakhaven was about to experience a renaissance. But Lily felt a new sensation. The magic she had poured into the rock and water had left her drained in a way food couldn't fix. She looked at the sun. It was bright, but not enough. She looked at her feet. She dug her bare toes into the soil near the porch. She felt a pull, not from the water, but from the earth itself. Root, the ground whispered. Rest and root. She stayed on the swing, staring at her feet. She wondered how long she could keep walking on top of the earth before she needed to be part of it. But for now, the river was singing, and the town was drinking. It was a good day. The Green Riot. August in Texas is usually a season of silence. It is a time when the heat is so oppressive that even the insects seem to give up, and the world turns a bleached, skeletal white under the sun. But August in Oakhaven was no longer silent. It was a riot. 2 weeks had passed since the river broke free, and the town had transformed. The moisture from the creek, combined with the ambient magic drifting downstream, had created a tropical explosion. Oakhaven was disappearing, not under water, but under leaves. Main Street, once a dusty strip of asphalt lined with tired brick buildings, now looked like a scene from a storybook. The brick walls of the hardware store were completely hidden under a tapestry of morning glories, their purple and blue trumpets opening every dawn. The telephone poles were wrapped in kudzu and honeysuckle, turning the utility lines into green tightropes for squirrels. Potholes in the road didn't stay potholes. Overnight, they filled with dandelions, sunflowers, and thick tufts of crabgrass that cracked the pavement further. It was beautiful, yes, but it was also relentless. At the Miller farm, Thomas was fighting a losing battle with the lawnmower. It's no use, he grunted, wiping sweat from his forehead. He kicked the machine, which had stalled for the third time. I mowed this yesterday, and look at it. It's already ankle deep. Lily sat on the porch steps, watching him. She felt a twinge of guilt. I can ask it to slow down, she offered. I don't think it listens to whispers anymore, Thomas sighed. It's shouting, Lily. Everything is shouting. He was right. The air was thick with the smell of pollen, crushed stems, and growth. It was a heavy, intoxicating scent. The green noise, Lily called it. It was a constant hum in her head, a vibration of millions of roots pushing, stretching, dividing. I heard a rumor in town, Thomas said, sitting down beside her. Mrs. Higgins called the sheriff this morning. She couldn't open her front door. Why? Did the lock break? No, Thomas gave her a pointed look. A pumpkin vine grew over it during the night. She said the pumpkin is the size of a beanbag chair. She's trapped in her own house by a squash. Lily bit her lip to keep from giggling, but stopped when she saw her father's serious face. It's funny, Thomas admitted, but it's also a problem. People are happy about the water, but the weeds are tearing up foundations, Lily. Roots are cracking sewer pipes. The jungle is taking back the town. Lily looked at her hands. Her skin was definitely paler now, with a faint, greenish undertone that she blamed on anemia when anyone asked. I pushed too hard, she whispered. I opened the river and I let the energy spill everywhere. I didn't put up any fences. You're a great generator, Thomas said gently. But you need to be a governor. You need to learn how to prune. Pruning means cutting, Lily said, shrinking back. I don't want to hurt it. Pruning isn't hurting, Thomas corrected. It's teaching. A tree grows stronger when you trim the wild branches. It gives it shape. Right now, this magic has no shape. It's just chaos. He stood up. Come on, let's go to Mrs. Higgins' place. I think she needs a gardener. And you need to practice saying stop. They drove to town. The drive was slow because the oak trees lining the road had stretched their branches so far they formed a tunnel. It was dark and cool under the canopy, like driving through a cave of leaves. Mrs. Higgins lived in a small, Victorian-style house near the square. Or at least, she used to. Now, the house looked like a green mound. The front porch was consumed by a massive, sprawling pumpkin patch. The leaves were the size of umbrellas, and blocked tight against the front door was a bright orange pumpkin that weighed at least 200 pounds. Mrs. Higgins, an elderly woman with blue hair, was leaning out of her open living room window. Tom, she called out, waving a handkerchief. Do you have a chainsaw? This vegetable is holding me hostage. Morning, Martha, Thomas called back, trying not to laugh. We'll get you out. Lily is going to assess the situation. Thomas grabbed a crowbar from the truck, just in case, but he nodded to Lily. Your turn. Lily walked up the path, wading through the knee-high vines. The plants felt ecstatic. They were vibrating with energy, shouting more, sun, water, grow. It was overwhelming. It was like walking into a room full of screaming, happy toddlers. Lily stood in front of the hostage-taking pumpkin. She placed her hand on its smooth, cool rind. Hello, she thought. The plant didn't answer. It just hummed with growth. It was preparing to grow another inch in the next hour. You're too big, Lily told it. The plant ignored her. Grow, spread, seed. Lily took a deep breath. She had to be firm. She had to be the winter. She closed her eyes and visualized the cold. Not a killing frost, but the cool, slow pulse of autumn. The time of rest. The time of stopping. Enough, she commanded. She pushed a wave of heavy, slow energy into the vine. Sleep. Contract, be still. It was harder than growing. Growing was going with the flow. Stopping was swimming upstream. She felt the resistance. The plant wanted to consume the house. It loved the house. No, Lily thought, hardening her will. Back down. She visualized the vines retreating. She visualized the energy returning to the roots. The leaves shuddered. Mrs. Higgins watched from the window, eyes wide. Slowly, with a sound like leather creaking, the massive vine began to move. It didn't shrink exactly, but it relaxed. The tension went out of it. The tendrils that had gripped the door handle uncurled. The pumpkin shifted. It rolled slightly to the left, heavy and sullen, moving just enough to clear the door frame. The rampant growth energy evaporated, replaced by a quiet, dormant stillness. The leaves stopped vibrating. The shouting in Lily's head died down to a whisper. "It's listening," Lily breathed, opening her eyes. She felt drained, but in a different way. It was a mental exhaustion, the fatigue of discipline. Thomas walked up the steps and tried the door. It swung open freely. Mrs. Higgins stepped out, looking at the pumpkin with suspicion. "My goodness," she said. "I thought I was going to have to eat my way out." She looked at Lily. "You have a way with plants, dear. You just touched it and it calmed right down." "It was just tangled," Lily said weakly. "Well, since it's here," Mrs. Higgins poked the giant pumpkin. "Do you two want some pie? I suspect I have enough here to feed the whole county." They spent the next hour helping Mrs. Higgins harvest the pumpkins. There were 12 more hidden in the grass. Thomas loaded them into the truck to take to the food bank. As they drove home, the sun was setting, casting long shadows through the jungle-like town. "You did it," Thomas said. "You controlled it." "It didn't like it," Lily said quietly. "It wanted to keep going. It feels confused. It thinks I'm angry at it." "You're the parent," Thomas said. "Sometimes you have to tell the kids to go to bed." He turned onto their road. "But Lily, this was just one house. We can't go door to door calming vegetables. You need to do something bigger. You need to set a thermostat for the whole valley, a limit." Lily looked out at the riotous green fields. "I need to ground it," she said. "The energy is floating in the air. It's in the pollen, it's everywhere. I need to pull the excess back into the earth, store it for later." "Like a battery." "Like a root cellar," she corrected. "I need to find the heart of the valley, and I need to tell it that it's okay to rest." She looked at her father. "I need to go to the old oak." Thomas gripped the steering wheel tighter. The old oak was a landmark on the far edge of their property, near the creek source. It was the oldest tree in the county, massive and gnarled. Legend said it was there before the town, before the settlers, before everything. "That's a powerful place," Thomas said. "It's the anchor," Lily said. "If I can talk to the oak, maybe it can tell the rest of the plants to settle down. It's the grandfather. They'll listen to him." "Okay," Thomas said. "We go tonight, but Lily, be careful. That tree has seen a lot of history. It might have a mind of its own." Lily nodded. She felt a strange pull in her chest. The oak was calling her. It wasn't a shout like the weeds. It was a deep, slow thrum. "Come home," it seemed to say. "Come home and sit a spell." And for the first time, Lily felt like she was going to a meeting of equals. The anchor of the world. The journey to the old oak was a pilgrimage. The tree stood on a rise of land near the source of the newly awakened creek, a spot where the limestone bedrock rose up like the spine of a sleeping dragon. To get there, Lily and Thomas had to walk through the wildest part of the farm, a place where the tractor never went. Tonight, the woods were hushed. The frantic green noise, the shouting of the weeds and vines, seemed to lower in volume as they approached the rise. It was out of respect. Even the blackberries, aggressive and thorny, grew low to the ground here, bowing their heads. Thomas stopped at the base of the hill. He took off his hat. "I'll wait here," he said softly. This is business for you too. I feel like I'd be intruding." Lily nodded. She understood. She handed him the flashlight. She didn't need it. The moss on the rocks was glowing with a faint, bioluminescent pulse, lighting her path in soft teal. She walked up the slope alone. The old oak was not just a tree. It was a cathedral made of wood. Its trunk was so wide that 3 men holding hands couldn't encircle it. The bark was rugged, deep-fissured, and gray as iron, covered in thick mats of silver lichen. Its branches didn't just reach up. They reached out, heavy and horizontal, some dipping down to touch the earth before rising again, like elbows resting on a table. It was ancient. It felt heavier than the rest of the forest. It felt like gravity. Lily approached it slowly. She felt small. For the first time since her power awoke, she didn't feel like a goddess. She felt like a grandchild visiting a grandparent. She stepped between the massive surface roots, which coiled through the dirt like petrified snakes. She stood at the base of the trunk. There was no hello this time. You don't say hello to a mountain. You just acknowledge it. Lily placed both hands on the rough bark. She pressed her forehead against the wood. It smelled of centuries, of rain, dry spells, fires, and frosts. Grandfather, she thought, I made a mess. She closed her eyes and opened her mind, but she didn't push. She listened. The response wasn't a voice. It was a sensation. It was a slow, deep vibration that started in her feet and rattled her teeth. A thump, is thump, is thump. It was a heartbeat, but it was incredibly slow. 1 beat every minute. The tree was showing her its time. To the oak, the green riot of the last 2 weeks was just a split second, a single flash of excitement. Then came the images. They weren't clear pictures, but impressions. She saw the valley inhaling, green growth surging up in the spring. She saw the valley exhaling, leaves falling, turning brown, returning to the soil in the autumn. Inhale, exhale, growth, rest. The tree was teaching her rhythm. You are holding your breath, the tree seemed to say. You are forcing the inhale. You must let it out. Lily understood. She had been pushing, pushing, pushing. Growth, growth, growth. She hadn't let the land rest. She hadn't let the energy settle. Ground it, the oak instructed. Give it to me. Lily took a deep breath. She visualized the chaotic, buzzing, static electricity that hung over the town, the magic that was making the pumpkins eat houses. She grabbed it with her mind, gathering it like a net. She pulled. She didn't pull it into herself. She would explode. She pulled it into the oak. Here, she thought, hold this for us. The energy flowed through her arms and into the tree. The oak took it. It didn't shudder. It didn't strain. It absorbed the massive surge of magic as easily as a sponge absorbs a drop of water. It was vast enough to hold it. It had deep roots, roots that went down into the dark, cold places of the earth where magic could sleep safely. As the energy left the air, Lily felt the world quiet down. The buzzing in her ears stopped. The frenetic vibration of the forest ceased. The vines in the distance stopped creeping. The flowers stopped popping open. The valley let out a long, slow sigh. Exhale. It was done. The magic was still there, but it wasn't manic anymore. It was banked, like coals in a fire, warm and steady. Lily stayed leaning against the tree, drained but peaceful. She felt weightless, anchored only by the wood under her hands. And then, just as she was about to pull away, the oak showed her one last thing. It was a memory, but it wasn't hers. She saw the hill she was standing on, but the sky was different, no city glow on the horizon. She saw a hand resting on the bark. It wasn't her hand. It was a hand with dark skin, calloused and strong. She saw a woman. She wore a simple dress of rough-spun cloth. She was standing exactly where Lily stood, and she was glowing. Her veins were tracing lines of green light under her skin. The woman turned her head slightly, and Lily felt a wave of recognition, a sense of sisterhood. She was here, the oak whispered, before the concrete, before the fences. She was the rain caller, she was the root mother. The image faded. Lily pulled back, gasping softly. She wasn't a freak. She wasn't a mutation. She was a successor. She looked at her own hands in the moonlight. The green tint was undeniable now. She wasn't just Lily Miller anymore. She was the next link in a chain that went back centuries. Thank you, she whispered to the tree. A single acorn dropped from the branches above. Plonk. It landed at her feet. Lily picked it up. It was warm and smooth. A token, a promise. She turned and walked back down the hill. Her legs felt heavy but solid. She felt grounded. Thomas was waiting at the bottom. He clicked on the flashlight as she emerged from the shadows. You were gone a long time, he said. Almost 2 hours. Was I? It felt like 5 minutes. It's fixed, Dad. The riot is over. The plants will sleep now. You look different, Thomas said, shining the light on her face. He lowered the beam quickly, as if he had seen something too bright. I know, Lily said. Her voice was calm, deep as the earth. I saw the one before me. The one before. There was another woman, a long time ago. The tree remembers her. Thomas was silent for a moment as they walked back through the quiet cornfield. The stalks were still tall, but they weren't stretching anymore. They were rustling softly, content. My grandmother, Thomas said suddenly. Lily stopped. What? My grandmother, Thomas repeated. Your great-grandmother. Her name was Rose. She died before I was born, but my dad, he used to tell stories. He said she had the green touch. He said during the Dust Bowl in the 30s, our farm was the only one that didn't blow away. He said she used to go out at night and talk to the wind. He looked at Lily. We always thought it was just tall tales, metaphors. It wasn't a metaphor, Lily said, clutching the warm acorn in her hand. She saved the farm then, and I'm saving it now. They walked the rest of the way in silence. The connection between them felt stronger, woven with history. It wasn't just a random accident, it was a legacy. When they reached the house, the porch light was a welcoming beacon. "Go to sleep, Lily," Thomas said. "You've done enough." Lily went upstairs. She placed the acorn on her nightstand. She looked out the window. The town was dark and quiet. The river was flowing peacefully. The chaotic jungle had settled into a lush, stable garden. She lay down. She didn't need to count sheep. She synced her breathing with the rhythm she had learned from the oak. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale. The silent jubilee. September arrived, but it didn't bring the usual brown decay of autumn. Instead, it brought gold. The wild, riotous growth of August had settled into a mature, heavy abundance. The corn in the Miller field stood tall and drying, the husks turning the color of parchment, ready for harvest. The pumpkins in the chaotic patches around town had turned a deep, burnt orange. The river flowed steady and clear, no longer a raging torrent, but a strong, life-giving artery. Lily sat at the kitchen table. It was a Tuesday morning. By all laws of the ordinary world, she should have been on the yellow school bus, heading to Oakhaven High for the start of her junior year. Her backpack was in the corner, gathering dust. Thomas sat across from her. The coffee in his mug was cold. He was looking at a stack of forms on the table. Home school affidavit, independent study request. "Are you sure about this, Lily?" Thomas asked, tapping the paper with his pen. "Once I sign this, you're out of the system. No prom, no football games, no graduation ceremony." Lily looked down at her hands. In the dim light of the kitchen, they looked normal enough. But in the sunlight, her skin had a translucent, pearlescent quality, and the veins beneath were undeniably teal. "Dad," she said softly, "I can't sit in a classroom for 7 hours a day. I can't eat cafeteria food. I can't pretend." She raised her eyes to his. Her irises were now fully green, a swirling moss-agate color that was mesmerizing and slightly unhuman. "If I get bored in biology class," she gave a small, sad smile, "I might accidentally make the frogs in the formaldehyde jars wake up, or turn the teacher's podium into a willow tree." Thomas chuckled, but it was a heavy sound. "Yeah, I guess that would be hard to explain to the principal." He signed the paper. Scritch-scratch, the sound was final. "You're learning things out here that they can't teach in books anyway," Thomas said, pushing the paper aside. "You're learning the language of the world." "I'll miss it," Lily admitted. "A little being normal." "Normal is overrated," Thomas said. He stood up and went to the window. "Besides, looking at the town, I don't think normal exists in Oakhaven anymore." He was right. Tonight was the night. The town council, after failing to dam the river, had decided to embrace it. They declared a new holiday, the River Jubilee, a festival to celebrate the end of the drought and the miraculous recovery of the region. "Are you going tonight?" Thomas asked. "I have to," Lily said. "I want to see them." The sun set, and Oakhaven lit up. Main Street was closed to traffic. Strings of Edison bulbs were draped across the road, casting a warm, amber glow over the cobblestones. The air smelled of popcorn, spun sugar, and roasted corn. A local bluegrass band was playing on a temporary stage near the bridge, the sound of the fiddle mixing with the sound of the rushing water below. Lily walked through the crowd. She wore a long-sleeved dress and a light scarf despite the mild weather. She kept her head down, blending into the shadows. It was strange to be in a crowd. She felt the vibrations of hundreds of people, their joy, their relief, their buzzing social energy. It was louder than the plants, more chaotic. She passed a booth selling miracle river water in souvenir bottles. She smiled. It was just tap water. She could tell by the smell of the chlorine, but people were buying it by the crate. She passed Mr. Henderson's stall. He was selling hay bales for autumn decoration and cheese, Henderson's happy herd cheese. He was standing behind the counter, laughing with a customer. He looked 10 years younger. His wife, Martha, was cutting samples. They looked prosperous. They looked safe. Lily felt a warmth in her chest that had nothing to do with magic. It was simple human satisfaction. I did that. She kept walking until she reached the bridge, the epicenter of the festival. Streamers were tied to the stone railings. Children were leaning over, dropping flower petals into the dark water, watching them swirl away. Lily found a quiet spot near the end of the bridge, in the shadow of a massive oak tree that had grown 3 feet in the last month. She watched the people. She saw the mayor giving a speech on the stage. "And we thank Providence for this gift," the mayor shouted into the microphone. "We thank the geology of our great state. Oakhaven is back on the map." The crowd cheered. "To the river," they shouted, raising plastic cups of beer and soda. Nobody looked at the girl in the shadows. Nobody knew that the geology was standing 20 feet away, tired and hungry and feeling very much unlike a geological formation. "Quite a party," a voice said beside her. Lily jumped slightly. It was Arthur Thorne. The tax appraiser was standing there, holding a corn dog. He wasn't wearing his suit tonight. He was in jeans and a polo shirt. He looked less like a shark and more like a confused tourist. "Mr. Thorne," Lily said, tensing. "Relax, kid," Thorne said, taking a bite of his corn dog. "I'm off the clock." He leaned against the tree, looking at the crowd. "You know," Thorne said, chewing thoughtfully, "I've been an appraiser for 20 years. I've seen floods, fires, droughts. I've seen towns die. This is the first time I've seen a town resurrect." He looked at Lily sideways. "And it all started at your farm. That funny machine of your dad's. The cornfield that defies math. The creek that opened up." Lily's heart hammered. "It's just a lucky microclimate." Thorne laughed softly. "Yeah, lucky. I checked the satellite data again, Lily. The green spot started at your house and spread out like an ink stain. It didn't follow the watershed. It followed intent." He turned to face her fully. "I don't know what you guys are doing out there. Maybe it's illegal chemicals. Maybe it's secret government tech. Maybe..." He paused, looking at her glowing green eyes, which she had forgotten to hide in the dark. "Maybe it's something I don't have a form for." Lily held her breath. "Are you going to report us?" Thorne looked back at the happy crowd. He looked at Mr. Henderson laughing. He looked at the kids playing. "My job is to value property," Thorne said. "Property values in Oakhaven have tripled in 3 weeks. The tax revenue is going to save the county budget. The schools are getting new books next year because of this. He finished his corn dog and wiped his hands on a napkin. I'm a bureaucrat, Lily. I like numbers that go up. Whatever you're doing, keep doing it. Just don't let me catch you breaking any zoning laws. He winked at her, a genuine human wink. Have a good night, Miss Miller. Thorne walked away, disappearing into the crowd. Lily let out a long exhale. She leaned against the tree. Even the government, the cold, hard machine of the state, had bowed to the abundance. She looked at the river one last time. It sparkled under the festival lights, a ribbon of silver connecting everything. She realized then that she was lonely. She couldn't go dance with the other teenagers. She couldn't explain to a boy why her skin felt like a petal and her blood ran cold like sap. She was different. But as she watched the joy on the faces of the townspeople, she realized it was a fair trade. She had traded normal for miraculous. She turned away from the lights and the music. The farm was calling her. The quiet, dark fields where the corn was waiting to be harvested. She began the long walk home, her shadow stretching out behind her, blending with the shadows of the trees until it was impossible to tell where the girl ended and the forest began. The long sleep. November in Texas does not come with a roar of blizzards. It arrives with a crisp, golden sigh. The heat, which had been the main character of the story for so long, finally packed its bags and left. In its place came the cool north wind, sweeping down from the plains, smelling of dry leaves, wood smoke, and frost. The Miller farm had changed colors. The vibrant, shouting emerald green of summer had softened into the dignified hues of autumn. The cornfield was now a vast expanse of golden stubble, the stalks cut low, the earth resting beneath a blanket of chopped mulch. The peach tree had shed its leaves, its bare branches etched like charcoal against the gray sky, sleeping deeply. Inside the big red barn, the air was thick with the scent of abundance. It was a smell that Thomas Miller hadn't smelled in decades. It was the sweet, dusty smell of corn filling the silo to the brim. It was the grassy perfume of hundreds of hay bales stacked to the rafters. It was the sharp, sugary tang of crates filled with late harvest squash and pumpkins. In the pantry of the farmhouse, the shelves groaned under the weight of glass jars. Sarah had canned everything. Peaches in heavy syrup glowing like jars of captured sunlight. Green beans, salsa, pickles, jams. They were safe. It was a Sunday evening, the kind that feels slow and heavy with contentment. A fire was crackling in the stone hearth of the living room, casting dancing orange shadows on the walls. Thomas sat in his armchair, a ledger open on his lap. He wasn't frowning at the numbers tonight. He was smiling. "We're clear," he said softly to Sarah, who was knitting on the sofa. "The loan is paid. The taxes are set aside. We even have enough to fix the tractor properly, not just patch it with wire." Sarah looked up, her eyes warm. "And a new winter coat for Lily," she added. "She's growing so fast." "She is," Thomas agreed. He looked toward the window where the twilight was deepening into night. "She's out there again." "She's saying good night," Sarah said. "Let her be." Outside, the air was cold enough to see your breath. Lily walked through the garden, wrapped in a thick wool coat, a scarf wound tight around her neck. She loved the cold. The summer sun fed her, made her strong and vibrant, but the winter cold gave her peace. It was the time when she didn't have to push. It was the time when she could just be. She walked through the vegetable patch. It was empty now, save for the dark, rich soil. She had turned the earth herself, mixing in the compost, tucking the garden in like a child under a quilt. Sleep, she whispered to the microbes in the dirt. Rest now. You worked hard. She walked to the creek. The water was still flowing, clear and steady, but it was quieter now. The roar of the flash flood had settled into a polite, murmuring conversation between the water and the rocks. Thin sheets of ice formed at the edges of the pools, delicate as lace. Lily sat on her rock. She didn't put her feet in today. She just listened. The town downstream was quiet. The festival was a memory. The tourists had gone home. Oakhaven was settling in for the winter, fat and happy. The river of light had done its job. She reached into her pocket and pulled out the acorn. The gift from the old oak. It was warm to the touch, humming with a faint, low frequency. Lily knew where it needed to go. She walked past the barn, past the sleeping peach tree, to the edge of the property where the land rose slightly, overlooking the valley. This was the spot. She knelt down. The ground was hard with frost, but under her hand, it softened instantly. It yielded to her touch, welcoming her. She dug a small hole, deep and round. She placed the acorn inside. You are the promise, she told it. You are for the future. She covered it with soil. She placed her palm flat on the mound. She didn't tell it to grow. She didn't pour the green riot energy into it. Wait, she whispered. Wait for the spring. Dream of the sky, but stay in the dark. She felt the acorn settle. It went dormant, locking its potential inside its hard shell, safe from the frost, safe from the wind. Lily stood up and brushed the dirt from her knees. She looked out at the horizon. Far to the north, the glow of the big city stained the bottom of the sky. It was orange and hazy, a smudge of artificial light against the stars. She could feel it from here. She could feel the concrete, the asphalt, the millions of people living in boxes, separated from the earth. She could feel the lonely trees in the parks and the potted plants on the balconies. They were thirsty, too, not just for water, but for connection. One day, she would go there. One day, the roots would have to stretch that far. The concrete jungle needed a queen just as much as the cornfields did. But not tonight. Tonight, the world ended at the fence line. Tonight, her world was small, safe, and asleep. She turned back to the house. The windows glowed with golden light, promising warmth and tea and silence. As she walked, she felt the earth slowing down beneath her feet. The heartbeat of the valley was slowing. A thump, a thumpy. The sap in the trees stopped moving. The seeds in the ground closed their eyes. The bears in the woods curled up in their dens. Lily yawned. A deep, jaw-cracking yawn that felt like it came from her soul. Her green eyes were heavy. The bioluminescence in her veins dimmed to a soft, barely visible pulse. She walked up the porch steps. She scraped the mud off her boots. She opened the door and stepped into the warmth. I'm back, she said softly. Tea is ready, her mother said. Lily sat by the fire. She drank the tea. It tasted of chamomile and honey, the honey from their own bees, from their own peach blossoms. She watched the flames dance. Slowly, the fire began to fade, turning into glowing red embers. Thomas closed the ledger. Sarah put down her knitting. The lights were turned off, one by one. Click, click, click. The house settled. The wood creaked. The wind whistled softly around the eaves, a lullaby of winter. Lily went to her room. She climbed into her bed, pulling the heavy quilt up to her chin. The sheets were flannel and soft. She closed her eyes. She didn't need to imagine a stream anymore. She didn't need to visualize a garden. She was the garden. She felt her consciousness expanding, spreading out thin and wide like a blanket of snow over the whole farm. She held the cornfield. She held the orchard. She held the creek. She held the house. Good night, Dad, she thought. Good night, Mom. Good night, Barnaby. Good night, Ray. And deep in the earth, the roots answered her. Good night, Lily. The darkness was warm. The silence was perfect. And the harvest goddess slept, dreaming of nothing but the slow, beautiful turning of the world. Winter, the sleeping world. Winter on the Miller farm was not a time of death, but of deep, restorative silence. The creek had frozen over in the shallow pools, creating panes of glass that cracked satisfyingly under boots. Crick, crack, snap. The trees stood like ink drawings against gray skies. The world was stripped of color, reduced to charcoal, silver, and brown. Lily loved it. For her, winter was the only time the voices stopped. In the summer, the earth was a cacophony of needs. Thirst, sun, grow, bloom. But in December and January, the earth just murmured one word: sleep. Lily spent her days in the greenhouse Thomas had built attached to the back of the barn. It was her sanctuary within a sanctuary. Inside, the air was warm and smelled of potting soil and humidity. Here, she practiced control. She stood over a tray of seedlings. Winter wheat she was testing. 1 inch, she whispered. She didn't use her hands. She used her will. She focused on the tiny green shoots. Grow 1 inch and stop. The seedlings obeyed. They stretched up, uniform and precise, exactly 1 inch. Then they halted. Better, she murmured. Much better. She was no longer the chaotic fountain of energy she had been in July. She was a scalpel. She was learning to be precise. But even in the greenhouse, surrounded by the safety of her home, she felt a pull. It was a magnetic tug, faint but constant, coming from the north. She walked to the frosted glass window and rubbed a clear circle with her sleeve. She looked north. In the dead of winter, the city glow was brighter. The lights reflected off the low cloud cover, creating a dome of orange haze on the horizon. It looked feverish. Lily placed her hand on the cold glass. She closed her eyes and extended her senses. Usually, she stopped at the property line, but today, she let her mind drift further. She passed the sleeping Henderson farm. She passed the frozen creek. She passed the town of Oakhaven, which was quiet and content. She kept going, miles and miles north. The sensation changed. The earth stopped feeling sleepy and started feeling paved. She felt the heavy weight of concrete highways pressing down on the soil. She felt the vibration of millions of tires. And then she hit the city. It hit her like a wall of noise. It wasn't the happy, green noise of a forest. It was a jagged, static scream. The trees in the city parks were lonely, their roots trapped in small concrete boxes, unable to touch each other. The soil in the vacant lots was poisoned with oil and heavy metals. The air tasted of exhaust and anxiety. "Help," a small voice whispered. It wasn't a person. It was an old elm tree in a city square, choking on smog. "Thirsty," whispered the grass in a median strip. Lily pulled her hand back from the window as if she had been shocked. She gasped, her breath clouding the air in the greenhouse. The pain was real. The city was in pain. Thomas walked in, stamping snow off his boots. He carried a mug of cocoa. "You okay?" he asked, seeing her pale face. "You look like you saw a ghost." "Not a ghost," Lily whispered, taking the mug. Her hands were shaking. "A patient." "The wheat." "No." Lily looked north again. "Something much bigger." She took a sip of the hot cocoa, letting the warmth settle her. She wasn't ready yet. She knew that. She was 18, but she was still a seedling herself. But she knew now that she couldn't stay in the greenhouse forever. The visitor. February brought ice storms. The trees were coated in crystal armor that clattered in the wind. Power lines sagged. The Miller farm had a generator, thanks to the miracle crop money, so the house was warm and lit. But the roads were impassable. That didn't stop the visitor. Lily was reading by the fire when Ray, the dog, lifted his head and growled low in his throat. Not an aggressive growl, but a warning. A moment later, there was a knock at the door. Thomas opened it. Standing on the porch, shivering in a thin coat, was a young man. He looked to be about 20. He had a backpack and worn-out sneakers that were soaked through. I'm sorry," the stranger stammered, his teeth chattering. "My car slid off the road into the ditch about a mile back. I saw your lights." "Come in, son, come in." Sarah ushered him inside immediately. "My goodness, you're freezing." They sat him by the fire. They gave him blankets and soup. His name was Leo. He was a student from the city, driving south to visit family when the storm hit. Lily sat in the corner, watching him. Leo was gray, not his skin, but his aura. He smelled of the city. He smelled of recycled air, coffee, and stress. His energy field was jagged and depleted. "Thank you," Leo said, holding the soup bowl with trembling hands. "I really thought I was going to freeze out there." He looked around the cozy living room. Then he looked at Lily. He paused. He blinked as if he couldn't quite focus on her. "Do I know you?" he asked. "No," Lily said softly. You remind me of something," Leo frowned. "You remind me of a park I used to go to when I was a kid, before they paved it." Lily smiled faintly. "I get that a lot." Leo stayed for 2 days while they waited for the tow truck. During that time, Lily watched him change. It wasn't magic she was doing consciously. It was just proximity. Being in the house, eating the food grown in the magical soil, breathing the air of the farm, it transformed him. On the first day, he was anxious, constantly checking his phone, which had no signal. He paced. He tapped his foot. On the second day, he sat on the porch wrapped in a blanket, watching the ice melt. He stopped checking his phone. "It's so quiet here," Leo said to Lily. She was sweeping the snow off the steps. "In the city, there's always a hum, even at night. The sirens, the garbage trucks, the neighbors through the walls." He took a deep breath of the crisp air. "I feel like I haven't slept in 3 years, but last night, I slept for 10 hours. "The city sounds tiring," Lily said, testing him. "It is," Leo admitted. "It eats you. Everyone is rushing, but no one knows where they're going. And there's no green. I live in an apartment complex. My window looks at a brick wall. The only plant I see is a plastic fern in the lobby." He looked at her, his eyes sad. "Sometimes I feel like I'm suffocating, like I'm drying out." Lily felt a sharp pang of sympathy. He was a seedling in bad soil. "Here," she said. She reached into her pocket. She pulled out a dried peach pit from last summer's harvest. It was still humming with faint energy. "Take this." Leo took the pit, a peach stone. "Put it in a pot on your windowsill," Lily instructed. "Even if you look at a brick wall, give it water, talk to it." "Talk to it," Leo chuckled, but he closed his hand around the stone. "Okay, I promise." When the tow truck finally came, Leo looked different. His cheeks had color. His eyes were brighter. The gray haze around him had lifted slightly. "Thank you," he said to Thomas and Sarah. Then he turned to Lily. "Thanks for the peach. I won't forget." Lily watched him drive away, heading back north, back to the concrete. She realized then that Leo was a scout. He was proof. The city wasn't just killing trees, it was killing people. And if a single peach pit could make him smile, imagine what a whole garden could do. The pull from the north got stronger. The awakening. March arrived with a trumpet blast of thunderstorms. The sky turned bruised purple, and rain lashed the plains, filling the creek until it roared again. Then the sun broke through, and the world exploded. If the previous summer had been a green riot, this spring was a green symphony. Because Lily had learned control, the growth was orderly, majestic, and terrifyingly fast. The Miller farm became a botanical impossible. Daffodils didn't just bloom, they carpeted the hills in solid gold. The peach tree, awake from its slumber, blossomed with such density that it looked like a pink cloud anchored to the earth. But the biggest change was Lily herself. She turned 19 in April. The transformation that had started the previous year was settling into permanence. She no longer tanned. Her skin was a pale, luminous ivory that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. Her hair, once a dusty brown, had darkened to the color of rich, wet soil, with streaks of auburn that looked like roots. And her need for food had almost vanished. She ate a token meal at dinner to make her parents happy, but she lived on sunlight and water. One morning, she was helping Thomas repair a fence post near the road. She wasn't using a hammer. She was simply asking the wood of the post to fuse with the wood of the rail. A car slowed down. It was a tourist. Since the river miracle, tourists were common, but usually they stayed by the bridge. The car window rolled down. A woman with a camera leaned out. "Excuse me," she called. "Can I take a picture? The light on you is amazing." Lily looked up. The sun was behind her, creating a halo. To the woman, Lily probably looked like an ethereal farm girl. "Please don't," Lily said. Her voice carried across the distance without shouting, clear as a bell. The woman blinked, lowered her camera, and drove away, looking confused. "You have a presence," Thomas said, hammering a nail just for show. "People stop staring at the corn and start staring at you." "I know," Lily said. She rubbed her arm. "I feel exposed here, Dad. The farm is too small. I'm filling it up." She looked at the ground. Wherever she stood for more than a minute, violets popped up around her boots. She was leaking magic. She was a cup overflowing. "I tried to ground it into the old oak," she whispered. "But the oak is full. The land is full. It can't take any more of what I have to give." Thomas stopped working. He looked at his daughter. He saw the way the butterflies landed on her shoulders. He saw the green tint in her veins. "You're outgrowing the pot," Thomas said sadly. "Like a root-bound plant, if you stay in a pot that's too small, you'll get sick, or you'll break the pot." Lily looked at the farmhouse. It was her home. It was safe. "I don't want to leave," she said, her voice trembling. "I know," Thomas said. He walked over and hugged her. He smelled of sweat and diesel. She smelled of rain and ozone. "But the wind spreads seeds, Lily. That's nature's way. Seeds aren't meant to stay under the parent tree." They stood there in the wind, surrounded by the ocean of flowers she had created. The farm was perfect. It was finished. And that was the problem. A gardener needs a garden that needs work. The letter. In May, the letter arrived. It wasn't an official letter. It was an envelope made of recycled paper, smelly faintly of patchouli. It was addressed to the Miller family. Thomas opened it at the breakfast table. "It's from Leo," Thomas said, surprised. "The boy from the ice storm." He read it aloud. "Dear Thomas, Sarah, and Lily, I hope spring has found you well. I'm writing because I wanted to tell you about the peach pit. I planted it like Lily said. I put it in a pot on my fire escape in the city. I didn't think it would do anything. But it's a tree now. It's 3 feet tall in 2 months. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen. But here's the real news. My neighbors noticed it. We live in a concrete block, gray and ugly. But now everyone comes to my fire escape to see the magic tree. It made people start talking. We decided to clean up the vacant lot next to our building. We cleared the trash. We're trying to plant a community garden. But the soil is dead. Nothing grows. We plant seeds and they die in the toxic dirt. We have the will, but we don't have the spark. I keep thinking about your farm. I keep thinking about how the air felt there. If you ever come to the city, please look us up. We could use a farmer's advice. Sincerely, Leo. Thomas put the letter down. Lily picked it up. She ran her thumb over the handwriting. She could feel Leo's hope and his frustration. The soil is dead, she repeated. City soil is hard, Thomas said. Compacted, polluted, it takes years to fix. Or one touch, Lily said. She looked out the window. The farm was practically vibrating with health. It didn't need her anymore. Thomas and Sarah could manage it easily now that the water was flowing and the soil was rich. But Leo's lot was screaming for help. "I have to go," Lily said. The words hung in the kitchen air. Sarah dropped her spoon. "To the city?" Sarah asked, her eyes widening. "Lily, you've never been to the city. It's loud, it's dangerous. There are millions of people." "There are millions of roots," Lily corrected, "and they are all thirsty." "You're 19, Thomas said. "You've never lived alone." "I won't be alone," Lily said. "I'll have the earth. It's under the concrete, Dad. It's waiting for me." Thomas looked at Sarah. They communicated in that silent language of parents who knew this day was coming. "If you go," Thomas said, his voice gruff to hide the emotion, "you can't take the truck. It won't survive the city traffic." "I'll take the bus," Lily said. "And you need money." "I don't need much. I don't eat much." "You need a place to stay." "I'll find Leo," she said. "He has a fire escape." The decision was made. It wasn't a happy decision, but it was a necessary one. The pressure in Lily's chest, the feeling of being root-bound, eased slightly. She was going to the front lines. The goodbye. Packing was difficult because Lily realized she possessed almost nothing that mattered in a city. Her clothes were practical farm wear jeans, flannel, boots. She packed them anyway. She packed her few books. She packed the acorn she had saved. She dug it up. It hadn't sprouted yet, waiting for her command. She went to the barn to say goodbye to the animals. Barnaby the cat rubbed against her legs. He purred loudly. "You stay here," she told him. "Take care of Mom and Dad. The city is no place for a farm cat." Barnaby blinked slowly. He seemed to understand. He would guard the fortress while the Queen went to war. She went to the peach tree. It was heavy with green fruit again. "Thank you," she whispered to the bark. "You taught me everything." The tree rustled its leaves, dropping a single green leaf into her hair. A blessing. The hardest goodbye was the river. She sat by the water one last time. "I'm leaving," she told the water. The water bubbled over the rocks. "I go there too," the river said. "I flow to the ocean. I pass the city. I will see you there." It was a comfort. The water she had liberated here would flow past her new home. They were still connected. On the morning of her departure, the sky was a brilliant, cloudless blue. Thomas drove her to the bus station in town. The truck ride was silent. They stood on the platform. The bus, a giant silver machine that smelled of diesel and distant places, idled loudly. Sarah hugged Lily so hard she squeezed the breath out of her. "Call us every Sunday. From a payphone. Collect." "I will," Lily promised. Thomas handed her an envelope. It was thick with cash, the savings from the harvest. "It's not much," Thomas said, "but it will get you started. Don't argue." Lily took it. She hugged her father. He felt solid, like an old oak tree. "Remember," Thomas whispered in her ear, "if it gets too loud, find a park, find a tree, ground yourself." "I will, Dad." "And don't let them pave over you." "I'll pave over them." She smiled through her tears. She stepped onto the bus. She found a window seat. As the bus pulled away, she watched them waving. She watched the green fields of the Miller farm slide by. She watched the sparkling river. She watched the lush, overgrown town of Oakhaven. It was a paradise she had built, and now she was leaving it behind. She turned her face forward, north, toward the gray smudge on the horizon. The concrete jungle. The bus ride took 6 hours. As they got closer to the city, the landscape changed. The green fields gave way to strip malls. The strip malls gave way to suburbs. The suburbs gave way to industrial zones, gray factories, smokestacks, vast parking lots. Lily felt the change physically. The air grew heavier. The vibration of the earth became muffled, deadened by layers of asphalt. Her skin began to prickle. The green noise of the country faded, replaced by the gray static of the city. It was loud. It was aggressive. When the bus finally pulled into the central terminal, Lily felt dizzy. She stepped off the bus. The noise was deafening. Horns honking, people shouting, brakes screeching. The air smelled of hot tar and old garbage. She walked out of the station and onto the sidewalk. She was surrounded. Skyscrapers rose up on all sides, blocking the sun. She felt like she was at the bottom of a deep stone canyon. People rushed past her, eyes on their phones, ignoring each other. They looked gray. They looked thirsty. Lily clutched her bag. For a moment, she felt a wave of terror. She was a single drop of water in a desert. How could she possibly make a difference here? This place was dead. It was sealed in concrete. She looked down at the sidewalk. There was a crack in the pavement near the curb. And in that crack, struggling against the foot traffic and the smog, was a tiny yellow dandelion. It was weak. It was covered in soot, but it was alive. Lily smiled. She crouched down, ignoring the strange looks from the commuters. She reached out and gently touched the dandelion with her finger. "Hello," she whispered. "I'm here now." A pulse of green light traveled from her finger into the flower. Instantly, the dandelion straightened. Its yellow petals brightened, glowing like a tiny sun. The leaves turned a rich, vibrant green. And then the crack in the sidewalk widened. Just a fraction, enough for the roots to breathe. Lily stood up. The fear was gone. She looked at the towering gray buildings. She didn't see walls. She saw trellises waiting for vines. She didn't see concrete roofs. She saw empty gardens waiting for seeds. The city wasn't dead. It was just sleeping. And she was the alarm clock. She adjusted her bag on her shoulder and walked into the crowd, leaving a single, glowing dandelion behind her as the first flag of the invasion. End of prologue.